guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Friday. Yeah, look at there. You realize 1 week from this moment, we'll be talking the midnight hour in the Eastern time zone, Christmas Eve. A week after that, New Year's Eve. All right, so we've got the 17th day of December that we're going to be working our way into time zone to time zone. Yeah, where shall we begin? Well, let's begin where we typically do, looking at some of our travelers' weather around the country. After what's been a very rambunctious week as far as Mother Nature's been concerned. More strong storms in the offing last night. That's some of the latest numbers. The body count in Kentucky did increase by 1 this past day to 75. Now, there's still a whole lot of people they're saying that are unaccounted for, though. I had one story that says like 244 unaccounted for. I mean, that's the first I had seen of that, so I guess hard to get all the facts and figures together. Yeah, maybe, I guess, could there be people that maybe had survived and just maybe gone somewhere else, out of state, or staying with family? Who knows? Let's start things off, though. Take a look at the Northeast, where it's been exceptionally warm as of late. We told you last evening the clock was ticking on that, though. Wasn't going to last forever. And snow, yeah, there's that 4-letter word, that nasty word. Snow forecast to return to parts of the Northeast this weekend. It'll just be rain for other areas And it could dampen hopes for a white Christmas, of course. Last-minute shoppers in the Northeast, you're going to need at least your rain gear. And others may need an ice scraper if you're planning on hitting the stores on the last Saturday before Christmas, according to forecasters. Now, for the snow lovers out there, it seems like Old Man Winter hasn't been keeping up the fight as record-challenging warmth continued to surge into the Northeast this week, including across the typically coldest reaches. Those keeping the faith with some snow and cold may be rewarded coming up on Saturday, at least in portions of upstate New York and on into northern New England. Now, that front, the cold front that triggered those fierce winds Wednesday, topping 100 miles per hour in some cases, and the tornadoes in the central states Wednesday, shifts into the Northeast over the weekend, not anticipating tornadoes. The cold front will instead bring blustery conditions overnight tonight, Thursday night into Friday morning, as that cold front will usher in some colder, more seasonable air beginning later today, Friday. The front's kind of stalled from the Ohio Valley to the central part of the Atlantic coast, and a storm's going to ride northeastward along that stalled front this Saturday, which will bring some wintry weather for some areas. That will not be the case everywhere, including along much of the I-95 corridor. Saturday's going to be wet, kind of a cold rain from New York City to Boston. Your highs will be in the 40s, way too warm for snow. You may see a wet snowflake or a little sleet mix in with the rain at the onset on Saturday in Boston, but that's about it. Philadelphia, New York City, Pittsburgh, and many of the towns, cities, and rural areas from southern Pennsylvania and central New Jersey to Ohio on south. This system will be bringing showers or a period or two of steadier rain for the first part of the weekend. Highs generally in the 40s to near 50 for the central Appalachians, but temperatures may push close to 60 there in eastern Virginia. Now, a different story is going to unfold further to the north. Some fresh, cold air dives in from the north ahead of the storm on Saturday. Precip will be more wintry with snow and ice across northern areas there in the Northeast. Snow will be the primary form of precip across much of Maine, Vermont, New Hampshire, and northern New York State. That's because a thick layer of cold air in the atmosphere will be in place. When you've got a deep layer of cold, snow that starts off in the clouds is able to survive that trip to the ground without melting. Some areas will see a general 3 to 6 inches of snow from northern New York to much of Vermont, New Hampshire, and Maine. There will be some pockets of 6 to 12 inches over the Adirondack, the Green, and White Mountains. Some areas at the highest elevations may see 15 inches over the ridges and the peaks, Saturday into Saturday night. The snow will bring several inches of accumulation to cities like Glen Falls, New York, Burlington, Vermont, and Lebanon, New Hampshire. Now, further south, that layer in the atmosphere will be more of a shallow layer of cold. The lower parts of the atmosphere, those will be conditions more likely to bring several hours of freezing rain Friday night into Saturday morning. The cold air collects in the lower levels, the lowest few thousand feet, causing the snow that melts higher up in the atmosphere to cool near the freezing point as soon as the rain or drizzle hits that cold surface, freezing on contact. Now, there will be a zone of freezing rain and drizzle from the southern tier of New York to northern Pennsylvania, as well as the Poconos, northernmost New Jersey, and even parts of northern and western Connecticut, western and central Massachusetts. Ice and snow accumulation will be limited on some roads since, of course, it has been so warm as of late, but we could see some slippery, dangerous conditions developing elsewhere. With this system, a general tenth of an inch or so of ice will accrue on the elevated and grassy surfaces Local amounts of maybe a quarter of an inch over the southern tier of New York and northern Pennsylvania. Most highways at low elevations in that zone should be just wet, but over the high ground, hilly areas, bridges, and overpasses, things may appear wet and become icy. So if you're going to be traveling over the high ground along Interstate 80, 81, 84, or 88, Route 15 in northern PA, be prepared. You may encounter some icy stretches on Saturday. It's possible where the temperatures dip low enough and the rain moves in across parts of central Pennsylvania, you could even see a small amount of ice form on some of the cold surfaces coming up later on Friday night. Now, with a few exceptions, not enough ice to build up on trees and power lines to be talking about power outages. During the afternoon hours Saturday, air temperatures may inch above freezing in much of the region, so the ice would stop developing and should actually begin to melt in most locations. Now, from part of central New York into the southern parts of Vermont, New Hampshire, and Maine, just enough warm air may sneak in to allow snow to change over to a wintry mix for a period there on Saturday before the storm departs. Now, looking ahead, the overall pattern is likely to remain favorable for seasonable cold to dominate and a more active storm track across the northern tier of the central and eastern states next week and on through Christmas weekend. We may see a couple of disturbances bring a few snow showers to the Great Lakes and the interior Northeast next week, but temperatures across much of the Northeast will look more typical here of December. So that will lead to an increase in heating demand, especially after all the warmth we've been seeing, especially this past week here. Meanwhile, the tornado-ravaged areas of Kentucky, Tennessee, Illinois, Missouri, and Arkansas, where you were pretty much spared the stronger storms on Wednesday that resulted in those hundreds of wind damage reports and nearly 24 tornadoes from the upper Midwest to the Central Plains. We're not anticipating any widespread severe weather in the coming days, but the weather will pose some unwanted disruptions for those in the cleanup mode. Since the tornadoes late last week, dry, mostly comfortable weather has been in place across western Kentucky, Tennessee, southern Illinois, Missouri, and northeast Arkansas. That's allowed the survey crews to do their damage assessments, families and first responders beginning that cleanup process. But some rain and even a rumble of thunder will be a kind of a hindrance to those efforts before we get to the end of the week here. A developing low pressure in Texas will work to cause a cold front. That's the front we were talking about. That's going to stall from the southeast through the Midwest and the Mississippi River Valley. All that energy, that low pressure that led to the severe weather Wednesday evening, will lift into Canada, spending the rest of the week there. That's going to limit the chance for severe weather. However, unseasonably warm, humid air ahead of that front will mean a slight risk of severe weather. Now, it's the stalling of the cold front that will be the biggest issue, as the rain that overspreads the area overnight tonight will continue on into Friday. Rounds of rain and a rumble of thunder forecast to ignite along that stationary boundary on into the weekend. Now, it's not like it's going to rain constantly for the next couple of days, but rain could be heavy at times. Persisting storms, some capable of producing some downpours, will lead to the enhanced risk of some flooding. Now, here's some of the numbers through Saturday. Here we are into Friday, into Saturday. There's a widespread 2 to 4 inches of rain expected from western Kentucky through northeastern Arkansas, even areas that avoided last week's tornadoes as far as the southwest or northeastern portions of Texas could receive similar amounts of rainfall. AccuWeather is forecasting we could be talking some totals approaching 9 inches in some areas. That low pressure continues to move along that front, but it won't be till Saturday when the storm moves into the northeast and allows that front to finally depart the region. Following all this rain, we do look forward to a prolonged stretch of dry weather Sunday through probably at least next Wednesday. Sunday and Monday will be chilly before we begin to see a bit of a warming trend beginning next Tuesday. All right, now I mentioned the death toll had gone up one after 5 days of searching. And this report says 244 people reported still missing, unaccounted for. Authorities did find the body of Nysa Brown, the last person unaccounted for there in Bowling Green, Kentucky. Nysa was one of 7 family members killed during that tornado outbreak. Their bodies found in different places near their destroyed home. One of those bodies was a quarter of a mile away from the home. One extended family member said there was nothing that they could have held on to, nothing that they could have tried to shelter themselves because everything is gone. According to police officials, Nysa was 13 years old. She was found in a very dense wooded area. But that brings the 17th confirmed death there in Bowling Green. I believe the overall total from the storms, so 75 for Kentucky, I believe it's 88 or 89 now. Number of fatalities confirmed from last Friday into Saturday morning. Now, tonight, we're looking at some of those heavier rains through south central Tennessee, down into northern portions of Mississippi. Some of those showers rolling through Tupelo at this hour. Rains that extend back into southeastern portions of Arkansas, looking at some heavier rains, as I mentioned, from Tupelo to Clarksdale there in Mississippi. Some spotty showers south of Pine Bluff, Arkansas. You've got a few pockets of heavier rain when you get on over toward Arkadelphia and Loyola in Arkansas. Let's see, on over to the east. Let's skip on back and see how far to the east some of our showers extend. Okay, zoom things out. The northwest corner of Alabama seeing some showers at this hour. On up into Columbia, Tennessee. Spotty showers here and there through eastern Tennessee, from Lebanon to Crossville, down to the Chattanooga area, northwest Georgia, seeing some rain. A line of showers then extending right along from southwest to northeast, all across the easternmost reaches of Tennessee, from Rogersville to Jefferson City to Athens and on down into Chattanooga, as I mentioned. A few pockets of heavier rain along Interstate 81 there into western Virginia. Some of those showers going to be crossing I-77 as well. Aside from that, it's really just some spotty showers along that stalled frontal system, which is going to lead the path of those storms to progress from southwest to northeast through the upcoming day. So meanwhile, I hope you've had a good week. I know it's been just a wild week. A lot of people, not a good week. Making funeral arrangements. A week before Christmas, the loss of family members with the horrific storms. Let me see here. Flip the page over. Who all's checking in out of the box? YouTube, Facebook, some of our listening friends who jump on board and say hello. Hello to Roy. Philly Dan checks in this morning. Hello to Steve, everyone out there. It's a comfortable 54 in Philly right now. Stay safe out there. God bless the Rambler. He always gets that in. Thank you so much, Philly Dan. Hammer down, y'all. There's Larry. Be safe. Got 56 degrees. Let's see, at the Connecticut-New York State line, I-84. Morning from New Mexico tonight. There's heat wave. Wednesday, the winds were clocked at 141 at, what is that, La Bajada, just south of Santa Fe. Wow. We've got clear skies, 36 degrees at this hour. Morning from Fort Wayne, Indiana. The high-pressure pumping checking in. Everybody be safe out there. Morning to Tom Buckwheat. Morning, Steve, and the Hot Shot Secret crew. Friday, a little chilly here in Indianapolis. Everybody have a safe morning. Drug Runner checking in. Morning, Steve, and all the overnight drivers. Here's to a safe night of driving and a good night of rest for all of those who are putting their head on the pillow, right? Santa Claus, morning, Steve, made it back to the home away from home, which is March Air Force Base right now, for one more night. Then finally back to Sacramento. Hope you've had a good week out there. Thanks for some of the photos you've been sharing, Santa Claus. 007 checking in from Walcott, Iowa, the world's largest truck stop tonight. TA on I-80. Let's see. Yeah, Philly Dan said prayers for the 5 children, the families of the 5 children dead in Australia. Yeah, it was one of those big, they call them a bouncy house, right? The big blow-up castle things that the kids get in and jump around, bounce around on. It was the last day of elementary school where this occurred, and I believe there were 7, 8 kids, something like that, in the bouncy house, ages primarily 10, 11 years old. And the winds picked this thing up. 5 of the children fell out, and it was about, they said, like a 30-foot drop to the ground, dead. How horrific is that? Again, last day of school. As a kid, I remember it was always, there's one day, well, maybe 2. You always look forward to that first day of school, right? Day number 1. Get back to see your old friends and all that. Get to meet the new teacher, and then things settle in, and good golly, you got to go to school. Then, of course, the last day of school, you're not going to have to do any work. It's typically going to be an outdoors kind of day, just as they were kind of celebrating there at the elementary school in Australia. So sad. Hello to Marianne, listening in from Southwest Ohio at this hour. Gilligan checking in. Hello, Steve, and the fellow listeners. Had a warm, sunny day today in the thriving metropolis of Highview, West Virginia. Got to 73 degrees. Currently, a little bit rainy, 56 in Radford, Virginia right now. Everybody be safe. Hello to Big John. Good to have you on board. Joe is with us, 62 foggy on I-10 in Tallahassee. Everybody have a good weekend. Mercury Man here. All I wanted for Christmas was a 6-hour massage and a toolbox for my pickup, but I got my gift early. Thank you, China, for a big old dose of COVID-19. I'm doing good with the help of the monoclonal antibody infusion this morning. Yeah, I'll see how that works out. Other than that, I'm off for 10 days. Wow. Merry Christmas, everybody, he said, right? So the family's not going to be gathering with the Mercury Man. You're in quarantine, right? Stay away, taboo. Hello to Brian. Good to have you with us there. Prayers to those affected by the tornadoes. That's Zorro. Copy in the mail, Chevy Guy. Ronald says, wishing everyone out there a Merry Christmas and a happy from me and mine to you and yours. Who else we got? Couple of others here. Matt says, good evening. Headed to Markham, Illinois from Lebanon, Ohio. Stay safe out there. And hello to Pappy. I saw that little thing about, well, he's on the honor. He said, glad to see Bent Rod is furthering his education. That's Fly Rod. Bent Rod. Yeah, congratulations, Fly Rod, whatever that honor was. I scrolled past. I didn't read the whole thing. All right, Captain Ron checking in. Quick 2-minute timeout around the country. As always, it's 844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, let's jump up to the call, see who's checking in out of the box here on a Friday morning. What do you say, little Eddie?
Hey, first out of the box.
Out of the
Amen,
box,
brother.
that's right. You know, who's the one person that like to call you little Eddie?
Our good friend Stormy.
That's correct. Yep.
You remember we used to call in about this time and do our big Christmas special.
The 12
Remember we
days
sang?
of, what was it, the 12 trucker days
Yep.
of Christmas or something?
That's right. And old Stormy would be all over me because I would be out of town.
Yep, every
Those
time.
were the fun days, Steve. God, I miss them days, my friend.
Yep, yeah, you're right.
I didn't get to listen to last night's show. You may have touched on it. Did you see where I tagged you in that post about Joe Biden? And they're going to do a 90-day implementation of trying to fix a shortage of truck drivers, or to fix the future, or shore up the future of truck driving. Did you see that?
Yeah. I've got the whole breakdown. But they had that online virtual session this past day, and I don't know. You think it's going to do any good? I mean, they're laying out the plans, but will it really do anything?
Well, the trying to get the states to make it quicker for people to get their CDL, that ought to be easy enough to do.
Mm-hmm.
You know, to get them to test, be able to get their CDL. Because to me, it depends on what your criteria that you're seeking. Hell, I can take a student in 3 weeks' time that help them have their CDL. Somebody that ain't never drove a truck. I don't know if you've ever looked at the testing book, and it should be universal. It's pretty intimidating for somebody new to just trying to get out there and get their CDL. But then, the criteria for pre-trip inspection has just increased phenomenally, where you used to have, maybe 25 points that you had to check and look. And now, good grief, probably 50 or 60, maybe 70 different points that you have to be able to pre-trip and explain to the testing officer what it is you're looking for, why you're looking for it, and what it does, how it pertains to safety. So that part of it's going to be a little more difficult. But to just get them a CDL, yeah, hey, I'm sure there's several others out there. We can take these young people in 3 weeks' time. They'll have their damn CDL if they just go take a written test. Are you with me on that?
Okay. Well, it's kind of interesting, coming up here right out of the, I don't know if there's a solid date. I mean, as soon as we get into the new year, let's see, February the 7th, you've got the new entry-level driver training rules that go into effect. February 7th.
Right. Well, it's funny, Steve, and I'm serious as a heart attack. I woke up this morning, and I knew there was going to come a day that I would wake up and say, this is it, no more. I woke up this morning, I said, this is it, no more. I'm going to finish the 2 weeks out, going on December the 31st. All right?
Mm-hmm.
I contacted the Social Security people today. I'm going to start drawing my Social Security next year. Now, stay with me. I thought, okay, I ain't going to be able to draw my full Social Security because I'm not 66 in 8 months. But since the government's so hell-bent on giving our money away, I thought, right now I still got my health. I'm going to get what I can get, and I'm going to get a good chunk of change. But then I'm only limited to what I can make, right?
Mm-hmm.
Are you with me on that?
Yes, sir.
So I thought, okay, at home, there's a couple of different boat techs in the area that I live in that offer up their driving academy. Okay, now what they are basically for is helping people get their license. That's what they're for, boat techs. Now, if the government's going to start an implement plan where they want these young people trained, then these boat techs are going to have to kind of change up their curriculum. Am I correct?
Mm-hmm.
So I thought, okay, if I can go in and find me a part-time job and meet the criteria that they could use, I could make myself available to help them train people. I got a lot of knowledge, got a lot of experience. Now, if the money's right, then I would forsake getting my Social Security because I'm ready to come off the road. All right. But I know that money ain't going to be what I want it to be. So I'll have more control over my life. I'm going to draw my Social Security and then go make what the government will allow me to make up until the point I get 66 and 8 months, at which point I can make all I want. Are you with me?
Okay.
So I'm wanting to take my talents and what I know, and if you look at the third criteria, they're wanting veteran drivers to mentor these young people, which I haven't really read through all of it, but I just glanced down through there and I've seen that. Well, I don't know about some of these older drivers out here, but I'm just not in the mood to sit here and let a young person ride around in the truck with me while I'm trying to teach him about the ins and outs of the road trucking. I just don't want to do it. I'm not going to do it. It wouldn't pay me enough to do it. So how that's going to pan out, I do not know. But I know what I've got to offer. And so if I can make that work, I'll go home and I'll try to get an instructor's job. But at the same time, if I can't make that work, I'm not going to drive somebody else. I've had enough. I'll go find me a damn dock job, and that's just what I'll do. So I'm a veteran of 40 some odd years of driving, 20 some odd years over the road. It's just like Moose, you know, he's got all that experience. So I don't know other than it's going to help young people get a CDL if what they're wanting to do is going to fix what they consider a big problem out here, which I don't see it being a big problem. Unless I'm missing the news on everything. Do you?
So,
did anybody call you and ask you your ideas, Steve?
Well, not at this point, no.
I mean, wouldn't you have been a good representative for the government to have called and said, hey, you talk to these truck drivers, what's their opinions? What's their thoughts? Nobody asked me my opinion, my thoughts on it.
No.
I don't recall any surveys being conducted asking for input. So that's something that our good old government's come up with. Oh yeah, this is gonna fix the problem. I don't see it doing that. Okay, and then how do you keep people like me out of here? Well, Joe Biden, been as honest as I can be. Money talks and BS walks. You're giving my money away to the point. I sat out here, Steve. I worked myself pretty hard. I'm not complaining about what I do out here. I save vigorously, Joe Biden. Okay? Why should I stay out here and kill myself when I get to the point I get sick and unhealthy? Guess who's going to get all the money that I've worked my butt off to stay? Your medical people, your insurance. And, yeah, you too, Joe Biden, the government would tax me.
The government, yes.
They'll figure out how to double tax me. So why not just go home, get what I can of what I've put up for all these years? Work part-time. But if you want me to stay out here, Joe Biden, let me have my full Social Security where I can bank it. I'll just keep staying right out here working. But they won't do that, Steve. That's my opinion.
Yep.
Go ahead.
Well, you've spent all those years. You put the money in paycheck after paycheck.
Yes. And I've got enough. Am I going to make the money that I'm making? Well, no. But I've got enough saved back that I'm going based on my family history of life expectancy. The best I can see at my age, and I'll be 64 next year, I've got 6 damn good years left before health starts beating me up. Well, guess what? I ain't going to sit out here in this truck and help that along real fast. If I go home and do what I want to do, maybe I can pick up a few extra years. But like I say, money talks, BS walks. Am I making sense?
Perfectly clear to me, Big Ed. Well, Big Ed, I got to get to my news update here. We're a little bit behind, a little bit way behind, but it's great to hear from you, Ed. And speaking of, I've got the whole, the driver training rules, entry-level driver training rules that will be implemented February the 7th. And yes, they held their virtual meeting this past day. And they highlight some of the points of how they're looking to try to address the supply chain crisis. They want to strengthen the trucking workforce. That's the headline. And we return after this, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
The CDC advisory panel says most Americans should get the Pfizer or Moderna COVID vaccine instead of a Johnson & Johnson shot because it can cause rare blood clots that have so far killed 9 people. Up till this point, federal officials have treated all 3 shots equally. The CDC must now decide whether to accept the recommendation. In a statement, Johnson & Johnson said it remains confident the overall positive benefit-risk profile of its vaccine. At the White House, President Biden said it's past time for people to get their boosters.
Boosters are free, safe, and convenient. About 60 million people have been boosted. So go get your shot today. Go get boosted if you had your first 2 shots. If you haven't, go get your first shot.
This is USA Radio News.
What kind of career are you looking for? Do you dream of using your creative talents in the movie business? How about the advertising world? Or would you rather work in fashion? At Academy of Art University, we can help you get the art and design skills and experiences that employers want. Hundreds of top companies in the Bay Area and around the world have hired graduates from the Academy. You'll be trained by professional faculty members that have worked in the industry, so your education is practical and focused on what real-world companies want. You can get your degree at our San Francisco campus or anywhere online. Do what you want to do with your life. Call right now to get more information.
800-811-7913. 800-811-7913. 800-811-7913. That's 800-811-7913.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Hi, we're the Goo Goo Dolls. We're fortunate that we can give our daughters everything they need to grow and learn. But not every child can focus on classes and play dates.
Nearly 13 million kids in the U.S. face hunger. That's 1 in 6. School lunch might be their only meal each day, and it's heartbreaking to imagine any child going to bed hungry. We're dreaming of a perfect day when kids can smile, play, and just be kids without worrying about where their next meal will come from. Feeding America is working to make that perfect day a reality.
Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. That food is given to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about doing things that make an ordinary day extraordinary. Learning to play an instrument, building a sandcastle, hosting tea parties. Hunger should never be an obstacle to growing up.
You can help end childhood hunger in your community by visiting feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the Smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, rolling up on 17 before the hour. Here's the scoop. As we all well know, supply chain crisis. This past day, the Biden administration announcing a plan to reduce barriers to drivers receiving a CDL, expand the use of apprenticeships, and the recruitment of military veterans, as well as launching an initiative aimed at making trucking a more attractive long-term career. A stronger trucking workforce is one where trucking jobs are good, safe, and stable jobs that employers can attract a new generation of drivers while retaining existing drivers to deliver for clients and grow their businesses. That's the statement from the White House press release. Todd Spencer said he planned to tell the administration the best way to show appreciation for drivers is through a paycheck. It's not unreasonable for drivers to be expected to be paid for their time on the job. Now, it's too frequent and too common that drivers are held as much as 30 hours in a given week simply trying to get loaded and unloaded. Those core issues need to be addressed, and we certainly want to be able to be at the table to make sure those issues are not just considered, but acted on. So what are we looking at? First of all, reducing the barriers to obtaining a CDL. Over $30 million in funding to help states expedite CDLs. In addition, the FMCSA is sending all 50 states a, quote, toolkit detailing specific actions they can take to expedite licensing and will work hand in hand with states to address the challenges they're facing. They'll also work to reduce any delays in issuing CDLs. Apprenticeships, the administration says they'll kick off a 90-day challenge to accelerate the expansion of registered apprenticeships in the industry. A national effort to recruit employers that may be interested in developing new registered apprenticeship programs and expanding the existing programs to help put more well-trained drivers on the road in good trucking jobs. There will also be a focus on recruiting military veterans to be truck drivers. The White House estimates that there are about 70,000 veterans who've received certified trucking experience in just the past 5 years. Last on the list, Driving Good Jobs Initiative. The DOT and the Department of Labor announced an initiative that will be focused on the creation of listening sessions that engage drivers on how to improve the quality of trucking jobs. The program will a driver compensation study will be included, as well as a task force to investigate predatory truck leasing programs, which we've talked about those for so many years. In the next 90 days, the DOT and the Department of Labor plan to deliver a comprehensive action plan aimed at improving the profession of truck driving. So there's been a lot of talk. Are we going to see some action? But that's what they laid out this past day. Morning, Jolly Green Giant. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday. I'm on vacation next week, so I want to say Merry Christmas to you and your family and all the cartoon characters out there. I don't know if I will be calling next week or not. My little woman there said that she might have a honey-do list for me, so who knows?
I bet she does.
I might be busy.
Yeah.
And then I got some cooking to do. You know, it's I make cheese balls and devil eggs and all kinds of stuffed cakes. So I have a good time there when I'm cooking. But one thing that I wanted to talk about, my wife brought it to my attention tonight, and I can't remember the handle of our friend, the deputy that works for Hamilton County. What is it?
Pappy.
Poppy or
Pappy.
What's his? If he's listening tonight, I wouldn't mind hearing his comment on what I am going to talk about right now. Ohio is in the process right now of changing the conceal and carry license law in the state of Ohio. They are in the process of doing away with that law where you don't need a license to conceal and carry. Right now, it's already passed, and I don't know how our government is set up in Columbus, but according to what my wife said it's already went through the House. Now, I don't know if it's set up the same way as our federal government, and then it goes through the House and through the Senate. I don't know how the state of Ohio is set up when it comes to that. So I really don't have any feelings toward this. Jolly Green doesn't own any guns personally, but I am a conservative, and I will fight for anyone's right to want to own a gun for any reason, for hunting or for self-protection. I do have my personal reasons of why I don't own any guns. I have been fully trained on guns, proper safety, cleaning, et cetera, et cetera. I am an Eagle Scout, and I was taught in Boy Scouts, so I do know about it. I even owned guns up until I was 30 years old, and then I got rid of them after my father died. So I like I said, I have personal reasons of why I don't own any guns, things that I don't want to talk about. But I do support anyone's right to own guns. I do support hunting and et cetera, et cetera. But like I said there, I wouldn't mind hearing what his opinion is on this law that they're trying to get changed in the state of Ohio. Now, I am all for training. I think before you buy a gun, you should go through a class of some kind and should be properly trained on safety and proper use of a handgun and a rifle or shotgun, in my opinion. And of course, these are my opinions. I'm not saying this stuff to offend anyone because I'm not like that. I do respect Fly Rod and some of the various cartoon characters I talk to who are, Fly Rod used to be a gun dealer. And some of the people I talk to are very passionate about their guns and the use of their guns. But I have no problem with someone having a gun for self-protection. I have no problem with that. But I also know, I think we have a law in the state of Ohio now, and I'm sure that our friend there that works for Hamilton County, the deputy there would know. I think we have a law that, what do you call, stand your ground, which is a law that they've got down in Florida. I think we have a very similar law in the state of Ohio, but I'm not really sure on that. So I wouldn't mind hearing some of his opinions from a police perspective of how they feel about some of these changes in these laws. I'm not really sure what is behind these changes. I'm actually for the conceal and carry license. So I just want to see what some of the other drivers or people to call in, see how they feel about this. But I will be listening probably next week, Steve. I may not call in, but I want to make sure that I let you know that I want to wish you and your family a Merry Christmas and all the cartoon characters out there. So either way, everybody have a good night. And I'm heading toward Effingham, and I will be on this run for another 6 months. So either way, Steve, have a good night. And either way, I want everybody to have a Merry Christmas.
All right. Thank you much, Jolly Green. Have a good morning. I'm looking here from our local coverage in Cincinnati, which it was the Senate here in Ohio. The Senate passing the concealed carry bill that proposes to make carrying a handgun much easier than before. The vote was 23 yeas, 8 nays. Introduced by Senator Terry Johnson of Batavia and 13 co-sponsors back in August. The bill makes concealed carry licenses optional, thereby removing background checks and training minimums for those ages 21 and over who wish to carry a firearm. The bill also eliminates the requirement that Ohioans promptly notify law enforcement officers during a traffic stop if they have a concealed weapon. Additionally, it says officers are prohibited from detaining, conducting a search, or making a seizure of anyone for having a firearm who is otherwise law-abiding. The Senate Veterans and Public Safety Committee heard uniform criticism of the bill during a public hearing on Tuesday. The Fraternal Order of Police, they say, strongly opposes the bill. The FOP's Government Affairs Director calls the bill's erasure of the notification requirement, which emerged at the FOP's urging during concealed carry license negotiations back in 2004. He said this is going to be basically a get-out-of-jail-free card for having a firearm. He also argued the bill forces officers to make prima facie determinations on whether a person is law-abiding. How do you make that call, right? What does a law-abiding person look like? How do they act? The testimony we've heard says we must treat everyone as armed and a threat. The bill, however, forces us to assume that everyone is law-abiding and not a threat to anyone. Carrie McCarthy, executive director of the Ohio Mayor's Alliance, argued the bill will increase violent crime and officer-involved shootings. She said the bill puts officers at risk because it would allow people convicted of misdemeanors, such as assault of an officer, to carry concealed weapons, something they cannot do right now. She echoed Wyman's point that the bill would make enforcing gun laws almost impossible for police in Ohio. Without a concealed carry permit requirement, a law enforcement officer will have no way of determining whether that person is carrying a concealed weapon legally or illegally. Now, here in Cincinnati, Hamilton County Sheriff Charmaine McGuffey also testified against the bill. She says allowing virtually anyone in Ohio to conceal weapons on their person without training or background checks will make Ohio less safe. More than that, it will make the job of law enforcement even more stressful. Now, the NRA State Director John Weber countered in testimony that the bill simply allows a person who was otherwise legally able to possess a firearm to do so in a manner of their choosing, often in a discreet, concealable fashion. Again, it's not a new or uncommon policy, he said. So the House passed a similar bill last week. Lawmakers have to decide whether to make a concealed weapons permit optional, including the mandatory 8 hours of training. It also eliminates the current requirement that people promptly notify officers that they are carrying a concealed weapon. Now, they do say there are 21 states that currently allowed concealed carry without a concealed carry license. I guess this would make 22 in the event that it passes. All right, so there's the breakdown here. Let's get to Flash. Good morning, Flash.
Good morning, Mr. Steve Sommers and all your listeners out there. Just a real quick note on that is that if an officer pulls you over, you let that officer know you've got that weapon and you tell him right away where it's at. Keep your hands visible where he can see you. That's the only part of that bill I do not support.
Yeah.
But other than that, I'm going to move on to this morning when I got home from work. I was catching up on more of the tornado news, and it's just heart-wrenching, the small children that lost their lives. And I had to sit there and watch Joe Biden go down there to that Kentucky governor's hometown. And for me, as I watched that interview, I kept thinking, why aren't you on one of those streets that lost 4 children? Why aren't you on that street that 2-month-old baby, that young father found and later lost? So maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm too sensitive on this, but I don't see where he gives a darn about anyone down there other than his own political gain. And I see it the same way with the governor that was there. I feel they should have set that interview stage up that was in one of those more all property loss and people dying. I get that. It's all no good. But when it's a child, you kind of have it's a little deeper. And I just took it personal with that. I was very upset with seeing where they staged that national interview. So I just wanted to throw that out to the listeners. Maybe I'm the only one that thinks that way, but I think he could have went to one of those other areas. And that's pretty much everything I got. Isn't a whole lot. I want to wish you a happy holidays to you and all your listeners, and a safe new year. And go Trump. That's about all I got to say.
All right. Hey, Flash, thank you for checking in.
Have a good night.
Have a good Friday.
Yes,
have a good
sir.
weekend. Be safe out there. All that fun stuff, as we like to say. Speaking of Christmas, technically, at this hour, 1 week from now, it'll be Christmas Eve, as I mentioned. And here's the plan. Chad sent me the plan, what we're putting together. The plan for Christmas Eve and Christmas Day is like so many other stations. We're going to play holiday music, Christmas music. During that time, so if you want to punch up the app at any given time and the streaming, then we'll go back to some of our previous programs there for Sunday. So next Friday and Saturday, we'll have Sounds of the Season from the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive coming your way. All right. And I actually recorded the Steve Sommers edition of 'Twas the Night Before Christmas that we'll be tossing in here and there, again, for Christmas Eve and Christmas Day. So there you go. Look forward to that. Like you won't be able to find Christmas music anywhere else because every station on the dial pretty much does that, right? But, that's what's going to be going on via the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive app and all for the Christmas weekend coming up. Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. Looks like lines are loaded up here, so you'll get a busy signal at the moment, but we'll come back with more. After this, on a Friday,
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
The CDC advisory panel says most Americans should get the Pfizer or Moderna COVID vaccine instead of a Johnson & Johnson shot because it can cause rare blood clots that have so far killed 9 people. Up till this point, federal officials have treated all 3 shots equally. The CDC must now decide whether to accept the recommendation. In a statement, Johnson & Johnson said it remains confident the overall positive benefit-risk profile of its vaccine. At the White House, President Biden said it's past time for people to get their boosters.
Boosters are free, safe, and convenient. About 60 million people have been boosted. So go get your shot today. Go get boosted if you had your first 2 shots. If you haven't, go get your first shot.
This is USA Radio News.
Folks, you know how cancel culture has affected Michael and Dell. Well, MyPillow may have gotten canceled out of retail stores, but you can save big just in time for Christmas at MyPillow.com. The classic standard size MyPillow that sold in stores for almost $70 is on sale for Christmas for just $19.98. Standard size, $19.98. Queen and king size slightly higher, but only if you go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener square, use my promo code USA, get a MyPillow for that special person in your life. You also get a free press and pack bag so you can take your MyPillow anywhere. Save big on anything on the MyPillow website, but only if you use my promo code USA. Support Mike Lindell and American Jobs. Get the best price ever on a MyPillow. And do your Christmas shopping at MyPillow.com. Promo code USA or call 1-800-951-8175. Merry Christmas.
President Biden has conceded that the Build Back Better bill won't get passed this year. With more, here's USA Radio Network's Lance Pry.
President Biden's social spending bill, Build Back Better, has lost its momentum. Now Democrats want to turn their attention to federalizing elections in America. Democrat Congressman Jake Auchincloss on MSNBC.
I've only been in Congress for a year, but even in this last year, I have seen that no legislation is ever fully done until it's on the president's desk, nor is it fully dead when you've got somebody like Nancy Pelosi in charge in the House or our Senate colleagues working on it in the Senate. So it's not dead. It's clearly stalled. Senator Manchin has been clear for the last several months that he has grave concerns about the bill. There's no surprises there. He's still working on it with the president, I think in good faith negotiations, but it cannot be an obstruction to passing voting rights before the new year.
From the West Coast to USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
You're listening to USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go and pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
How to protect yourself during the pandemic has become a major concern.
Dr. Anthony Fauci is warning about the continued spread of the Omicron coronavirus variant. Speaking to a U.S. Chamber of Commerce Foundation audience, Fauci saying the strain will soon become the dominant one in the United States. Regarding the Omicron coronavirus variant, Dr. Marty McCrary offers his advice as far as how we should handle it during the holiday season.
Well, I would tell people to feel good about your immune level of protection. We know that immune protection in people over 65 really needs a booster unless that people have had COVID in the past already. That essentially functions as a vaccine dose. And if you've had the J&J dose, one was probably not the right number, and you would need a second dose if you want good immune protection. That is, you're an adult at risk. For everybody else, I would say there's no need to do anything different. We're getting new data now on Omicron. It appears to be more mild. It will be the dominant virus, COVID strain in the United States, probably by February. I'm not sure that's something we need to worry about since it'll displace probably a more dangerous virus, that is Delta.
From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
Remember, you can listen to the news anytime, whether it's current breaking stories or previous stories from the past. Log on to our website at usaradio.com. For USA Radio News, I'm Wendy King.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Thank you much. Welcome back. Round number 2 on a Friday. Now, let me see here. Some of the other friends checking in there. Santa Claus says, just fired up the portable grill. It's 2 steaks and huevos. That's what's for dinner tonight. That's hot links and eggs. Okay? That could mean something else. Let's see. Marianne. Morning, Steve. Have a great weekend. Bidu is on board. Morning, Steve, and the Overnight Drive crew. Hello to Jimmy Jammer checking in. Buckeye Boy is with us, as always. Ackworth, Georgia, pleasant 57 degrees. Taking tomorrow off to reset my hours, and I listened to most of last night's show on the podcast today, doing my locals and picking up for Texas. It was good to hear old Cool Breeze. Well, I heard an interview with the owner of the candle factory there in Mayfield the day after the tornado hit, when he stated that employees always had the option of leaving whenever they wanted. Yeah, we've shared that several times, yes. Now, I don't know if he was telling the truth or he was telling what his rule was, and maybe the floor managers did not tell them his wishes, that, if they left, they could get fired. So they may have told them against his wishes because their bonuses were based on production. Either way, after these blood-sucking, ambulance-chasing attorneys file all their lawsuits costing the company millions of dollars to fight, do you think he'd rebuild the company? Probably not. He said, I'd take what's left from the insurance after fighting in the courts and retire. Anyway, have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. Yes, indeed. Thank you much, Buckeye Boy. Appreciate you chiming in this morning. There's good old Heat Wave checking in from New Mexico. What do you say, Heat Wave?
Hey, good morning, senor. I've got the only job in America where I can go to sleep, then go to work to go to sleep before I actually do some work. So, pretty lucky guy, wouldn't you say?
I'm a little bit confused. Yeah, that's a good job. Yeah.
Well, I tell you what, after Wednesday, my goodness gracious, it is amazing that we still have any earth around here, because it was nothing but a damn dust storm heading east. So if y'all get a little bit of grit in y'all's teeth and a little bit of dusting on your cars, well, you just had the little bit of land of enchantment right all over you. So you're welcome. Oh, Lordy. Yeah, I've been staying away from the news. It just ticks me off so bad. I just don't even want to listen to it no more. I'm glad to hear that Build Back Better BS is not going to make it this year.
Yep.
And I sure hope Manchin sticks to his guns. And whatever happened to Cinnabon? Wasn't she supposed to be against it too?
I think they're both. I think they're both still, not convinced. I think there's two of them. So they know there's no way they're going to get the votes. Yeah.
Well, I know Cinnabon was just elected last year, but I wonder if Manchin is up for re-election, and this is his way of trying to show everybody that, he deserves another term in the Senate.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if this is all for show. I mean, so far the Democrats have done nothing but all bluster, all show, and they're going to do whatever they damn well want, no matter what we say. So I'm not putting too much hope in the fact that it'll be pushed off until after the next midterm elections come up. I think they're gonna get it by hook or by crook, one of these different ways. So y'all got this gun control bill, or not gun control, but
concealed carry
licensing.
Yes.
There you go. Well, from everyone that's starting to scream and holler, bad, bad, bad. Well, the only people that follow the gun laws are the legal gun owners. Everyone else, they could give a rat's behind less about laws because they're not law-abiding citizens. I mean, when's the last time have you heard of a non-law-abiding citizen abiding by the laws? Probably only when they have a real good reason to do so. You know, like if they're a mule running drugs or whatnot, not wanting to bring attention to themselves. But I mean, other than that, you know, do they think that we all out here are just a bunch of hicks that have no idea what we're doing with guns? I mean, I've got a 38, I've got a 380. I don't carry them around with me, but I do have them. I've got a 410 for the wife, 12 and a 20. Then I've got a little plinker of a 22 and a 30-06. You know, it's not like I'm going to be carrying a shotgun in my overcoat or anything like that, but still, you know, if an officer pulls me over for one reason or another and I have a gun with me, well, yeah, I'm going to let them know, because that is the right thing to do. So, anyways, well, so I'll be back on the road hopefully tomorrow by 8 o'clock in the morning. So anybody that wants to get in touch with me then, y'all more than welcome to do so. It was just a really nice, quiet 3 days off, and that's really what I needed. And we're going to be busting our hind ends pretty hard to get this in, and hopefully get in Thursday night or early Friday morning, so we can sit back and enjoy it before we have to go back out Monday morning and hit it hard again. You know, the crazy thing I've come to see is the more money I make, the less money I seem to have. And I think I've made that complaint once before. I don't know if anyone else has noticed that phenomena. But, well, I tell you what, that sure is a pain in the hind end, not having enough money to cover your debt, or just having barely enough to do so.
Mm-hmm.
I don't work for a living. I live to work, is apparently what it is. But, yeah, I was just at Walmart here a couple hours ago, and I guess they had a new associate working, checking everybody that leaves the store. And, of course, we all had to go to the cattle pen, as I like to call it, where your self-checkout is. And, you know, they've got 4 people watching all of us doing our self-checkout. They've got 4 registers, and no one is manning the register. And I had quite a bit of groceries, not only for the house, but for the truck. And, you know, you've got people, human intel, basically watching over you. Then you've got the cameras up there at the registers watching over you. And, of course, if you have containers that obviously will not fit in a bag, you know, they're going to demand to see your receipt before they let you go. And I just had enough. It's tough being out here at this Walmart in Edgewood, because they still are working on it. A lot of things have been moved around. So, but, you know, the fact that you're a criminal until proven innocent is just not something I really enjoy having to go through.
Right.
And I let them know, I said, you know, if you trust me enough to go ahead and do the self-checkout, then I says that I shouldn't have to go through this. And all I got was cold, it's policy statement. You know, not a sorry you feel this way, or, you know, some sort of a appreciation for the way that I felt. So, I mean, she just was, it's policy. That big old middle finger to me, you know.
Mm-hmm. So
I called corporate and I let them know. I says, you know, y'all are losing you're losing your customer base, because it used to be fun shopping at a Walmart. I said, this was our community center at one time. Just everybody went there and everybody knew everybody, but they're always changing the products around. And even before the fire, I mean, they just just changed the store all around. And I said, it used to be fun, but I don't have to take an SAT test just to go inside the store to figure out where you got your stuff. I said, I didn't take it to go to college. I just took the college entry exam and I got in. But so they're losing the fact, they're losing the idea of what made them who they are. Was customer service, the one-to-one. And so hopefully I should be getting a phone call from the headquarters there in Bentonville sometime tomorrow to go over my concerns about their operations. I mean, hell, if you're going to have 4 people in one bullpen area watching everybody check out, I think you can at least afford to have one behind the register. So, anyways, but other than that, Friday into Saturdays when you're going to have the Christmas music, and Saturday into Sunday, or is it Thursday into Friday? Christmas music.
Starting Thursday night, Friday morning. See, I'll be off Friday morning, and so Friday, pretty much all day Friday, and then Friday night into Saturday morning, all day Saturday, then. I guess at the midnight hour, Saturday night into Sunday, the 26th, they'll run some best ofs till I'm back Sunday night at midnight.
Good deal. All right. Well, I guess we're still on for the party at your place tomorrow, huh?
Where's that dynamite? Yeah, have a great weekend, Heat Wave. I know you've been off 3 days, so his weekend's really wrapping up. It's time to get back to work, right? It is 19 past the hour. We return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111.
I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Thank you much. Well, the nights of December, some of the longest nights of the year, right? I've noticed that as of late. Yeah, man, we're leading up to the first day of winter. And of course, then gradually, incrementally, we start looking at a little more daylight with each passing day. But Here, coming up just 3 nights before the winter solstice, which is coming up Tuesday, the 21st, at 10:59 a.m. Eastern Time. That's the winter solstice. Stand the egg up thing, you know. The full moon will illuminate the sky. That'll be December's full moon. Several nicknames over the years, many of which revolve around the chilly weather that starts to settle in across North America. One of the most popular nicknames is the full cold moon, according to the Old Farmer's Almanac. This is the month when the winter cold really begins to get its grip and the nights become long and dark, according to the Old Farmer's Almanac. Other nicknames for the December full moon are the Little Spirit Moon, the Long Night Moon, and the Winter Maker Moon. Saturday night's full moon, just one of several celestial objects you'll be able to see in the sky this weekend. You still have Venus, Saturn, and Jupiter continue to shine in a line across the southwestern sky after sunset. More opportunities to enjoy views of the planets, with or without a telescope, and you still could see a few shooting stars this weekend. Now, what's left of the Geminid meteor shower that peaked here a few days ago, and of course, ahead of the approaching Ursid meteor shower, which actually peaks on December the 21st. I don't think the Ursid puts on that big of a show. Memory serves, 5, maybe 10 an hour kind of thing, so very few and far between. But meanwhile, get back to the call, see what's going on with Pappy this morning. Hey there, Pappy, were your ears burning earlier?
Yeah, they were kind of burning a little bit. Hey, listen, I appreciate what Gilligan thinks of my opinion, but let me just say this, Steve. Anything I say here is my opinion. My opinion only is not an opinion or a statement from my employer.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Sure.
Listen, man, I've been doing this a long time. I was doing it a long time before Ohio even had a CCW permit, right? And obviously you've been doing it a while since they've had a CCW license. I was aware that the House did pass this. We have not received any updates or directives yet, from the sheriff's office. Usually when things like this happen, we'll get a memorandum, but we'll get something, to kind of guide us on which way we're supposed to go at work with this. So I haven't received anything yet. I don't know when it takes effect. I don't know if it's January 1st or what the deal is. But with that said, listen, we can bring up and open a whole bag of worms here, but everybody has a God-given right to protect themselves, right? Now, do you have a God-given right to protect yourself with a firearm? Well, our Constitution says that our government gives you a right to protect yourself with a firearm. And some people argue that, well, can the government take these rights away from you? And apparently they can, because if you're a convicted felon, not only do you lose the right to carry a firearm, you lose the right to vote, correct?
Mm-hmm.
A driver's license is a privilege. It's not a right. But with that said, if you go out and commit several violations, get too many points on your license, cause a crash where people get seriously injured, you can lose your driving privileges. I'm a firm believer, Steve, that if you're a law-abiding citizen, right, you don't need a piece of paper to tell you you got a right to protect yourself with a firearm. With that said, man, I'm telling you, you go out here with no training, no experience, never owned a firearm before in your life, and just walk into a gun store, purchase a handgun to protect yourself, and start carrying it around. I would say that's a bad idea. Too many things can go wrong. You know, they took away that amendment in that CCW, which even the CCW doesn't even going to exist anymore. But if you were a CCW holder and you come in contact with a law enforcement officer for no matter what reason, you were supposed to, you know, tell them immediately that you had a firearm on you. I can tell you that I've came in contact with CCW holders that immediately have told me that. And okay, just leave it where it's at, pal, you know. And I've come across CCW holders that failed to tell me that right away. As long as they're law-abiding citizens, Steve, and weren't doing anything wrong, I don't see the problem in it. Except things can go wrong if you're wearing a sport coat, you know, and you don't tell this officer you're wearing a coat and the wind blows and all of a sudden he sees a gun in a holster on you. I mean, things can go south real bad. You follow me? So I would suggest, you know, if you come in contact with an officer and you're carrying, I would tell him, we do not have the right just to stop anybody and search them, Steve. And I can tell you this, and there's some officers out there that maybe don't understand this. If you're walking your dog down the street, you're not doing anything wrong, committed no crime. There's been no crime committed in the area where you match the description of a suspect, right? You're just walking your dog down the street and an officer passes you. He does not have the right to stop and detain you. He can stop you. He can stop and say, hey, man, how you doing? You got a minute? And the person wants, he can flip him the double barrel finger and just keep on walking. There's not a damn thing the officer can do about it. This isn't Russia, man. This isn't the Gestapo. Even though the country's going that way. You have to have some reasonable, articulable suspicion that something's not right, that there's been a crime committed, you're matching the description of somebody, then you got a right to detain that person. If you can justify that for officer safety, you have a right to do what we call as a Terry pat-down. Terry versus Ohio. Years ago, a law enforcement officer stopped this person who matched a description of a crime that just been committed, patted that person down and found a firearm. Well, his defense attorney tried to say he didn't have the right to pat him down. Well, it went all the way to the Ohio Supreme Court and all the way to the Supreme Court in the land. And it said, yes, he did have a right. If he can, articulate that it's for officer safety, he's going to pat this guy down to make sure he don't have any weapons that can be used against the officer. So I hope that explains, some things and answer some of his questions. How I personally feel about it. If you're a law-abiding citizen, you committed no crimes, you're more power to you. If you want to carry a firearm to protect yourself and your family, have at it. But I strongly suggest that you go out and get some kind of training. Steve, we can't get in a car, and pull out of your driveway without passing the driver's test.
Exactly. Yeah.
you know, and you know, so for the states, you know, to come and say, hey, you know, you can carry this gun without any training. Well, they look at that as a right, not a privilege. So you might have the right to do it, but if you screw up in the process, man, you're going to pay for it dearly. You can take that to the bank. So I would just, you know, encourage anybody. I'm a pro Second Amendment, Steve. You know, I'm pro CCW, whatever. But man, you got to get the training and in order to do so, or somebody's life could be lost unnecessarily.
Right.
Including your own. So hopefully I answered some of his questions. So yeah, it sounds like Ohio, you know, you will not need a permit to carry a firearm. When it takes effect, I don't know. I don't know if when you brought that article up, if it's said in there.
Well, I mean, so it says
most law enforcement.
Let's say it passed the House, passed the Senate. I mean, is there any threat that DeWine could possibly veto it?
I don't think so. I don't see him doing that if it, you know, if it passed both.
Gotcha.
You know, but you know, most law enforcement officials are going to come out against this. You know, and you know, I can see some of the reasonings behind it, but then again, man, I'm a conservative, man, and I'm telling you, you know, you can open a whole book of worms up, like I said, man, where you start talking about, you know, some of our God-given rights that are given to us just because you commit a crime. Do those rights get taken away from you? Serious questions, weird questions, man. But I'm a firm believer. You're a law-abiding citizen. You committed no serious felonies, violent crimes, a felony. Steve, you can. I've seen CCW holders. They went out and got CCW permits, and they had misdemeanor assault convictions. I had this one guy. He was convicted back in the early '80s of carrying a concealed weapon. Well, let me rephrase that. He was charged with carrying a concealed weapon. They amended it, and he got convicted of improperly transportation of a firearm in a motor vehicle. Back before the CCW permits came around, you know, you got to be able to go to the range and shoot your firearms. So you had to have the firearm in the trunk unloaded, you know, and the ammo separate. You know, apparently this guy had a loaded firearm inside the cab of his vehicle and was arrested, charged, and convicted. When the CCW permits came around, he filed for a CCW permit and it was granted to him. That was the only charge he had against him. He didn't have any other crimes of violence or any felonies, but they still granted it to him.
Well, like you said.
Now, let me say one thing, Steve. Let me say one thing. I'm going to get off here because I know I've been on here taking up some time. I don't know where you're at on the break. But Adam Schiff is at it again, Steve. I don't know if you've seen it. Up there on the hill.
Yeah.
Reading supposedly text, right? Steve, this man's guy, he should be arrested. I mean, if you listen, I know he's not under oath, okay? But if you knowingly, intentionally present false information to Congress, that should be a crime. His ass should get arrested. This man's a joke. With that, I know I stirred up another can of worms with that comment. I'll let you go, Steve.
He just edited things a little bit. You know, he had to make it look the way he wanted it to look. And that's, we talked about that bit last evening. All right, back after this, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
Holiday travel numbers are starting to be on par with the pre-pandemic record of 2019. That's according to AAA, which estimates more than 109 million Americans will travel over the long Christmas and New Year's week. From December 23rd to January 2nd, more than 100 million are expected to drive despite high gas prices. A Baltimore police officer is in critical condition after being targeted in an ambush-style shooting on Wednesday night. Baltimore Mayor Brandon Scott saying the gunman's arrest will send a message to others who believe they can disregard laws in the city.
We will not allow folks to just think that they can take out anybody in our city, and especially when you're talking about people who go out to protect us each and every day.
The officer is getting life-saving surgery. No suspects have been named in the shooting. USA Radio News.
If you have $2,000 or more in credit card debt, then listen up. We can reduce or eliminate your interest rates. Cut your monthly payment up to 50% and stop all late fees. Our company has been helping good people just like you get out of debt for over 30 years. Don't get stressed out. If you have $2,000 or more in credit card debt and medical bills, we can show you a way to reduce all of your bills to one lower monthly payment that you can afford. So again, if you have $2,000 or more in credit card debt and medical bills you can't afford, make this free call today and learn how you can finally get out of debt. Call now for your free consultation. 800-638-7112. 800-638-7112. 800-638-7112. That's 800-638-7112. Sponsored by
You're
Credit
listening to
Card.
the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday diesel treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much.
But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, lots to get to, but first and foremost, let's get back to your calls. And Buster, what's going on this morning, Buster?
Hello, Steve. Happy, Merry Christmas, my brother.
Thank you so much. Happy Friday, first of all.
True. Steve, two things. First, talk to Chad and see if we can do something in January, just any weekend. I prefer, because I work Monday through Friday, and I would drive up from Knoxville to come up there to Middleton or wherever the factories is at for Hot Shots and support the 1 year anniversary of our show since January 11th. I would like to, go to the gift shop and buy some Hot Shots. I've not done the website yet with my CDL and I'm being a listener of your show, but something to think about. What do you think?
Well, we don't actually do the show from the headquarters there in Mount Gilead. It's Mount Gilead, actually, where it's up by Columbus.
Yeah. Well, and of course we don't want to come over to the bunker. I mean, I can, but no, I'm just thinking that we want to support the sponsor like we do at NASCAR. Just want to support those who allows you to be on the radio. So something to think about. I mean, we could do, I wish we could do a trucking show, but see, as a package car driver, I can never make it because usually with Dave Remo and all the guys, your show starts on Tuesday and ends on Friday or so. And I would love to go to one of those sometime in Louisville or something just to see all the trucks and all the different vendors. So, okay, that's one thing. Now, secondly, at UPS now, doing this peak season on PCMs, they're running, they're giving all the 3-year veterans or rookies of our package car division on PCM. They're getting their own PCM versus with their own supervisor, and it's being held by the center manager. When I started in 85, and they did for about 20 years, if you go for the first 5 years without an accident, UPS would give you a safe driving watch, a Rolex. Mm-hmm. And they've done away with that. But of course, they've done away with turkeys, done away with birthdays, days off before I started. But I think they still give you a flight jacket, little Air Force flight jacket, if you get 25 years of safe driving. So that's good. But anyway, I think mentoring for 18-wheelers, I think 3 years, it sounds like a good number, and go out with tandems. And I don't see any reason why, if you got a level-headed young man or woman and can be taught and like driving, I don't see any reason why we couldn't mentor them into a solo operation after about 3 years. I think it would be good to have that versus just throwing right into the frying pan. So love to hear more of our drivers talk about it. But everybody needs to be mentored. I can't even get my drivers to listen to me as an old school driver who still doesn't have a beard, but I still have some of the ideology that Jim Casey taught us. And I just think it's customer service going to mean a lot more here in Knoxville with Amazon opening up August of 2022. 2 locations, one near the airport and one in East Knoxville. We're going to lose a lot of volume. Even U.S. Mail, they're wanting U.S. Mail to only deliver little baggies that can fit inside the mailbox, so they don't have to get out their little postal cars, which I agree. There's no reason they should be because those things are so small, they can't really handle my larger parcels. And then we're supposed to get anything over 48 pounds. And, so that's going to be good. I love competition. And well, that's all I got for you, Mr. Steve. And we'll be listening on the app here in a few moments.
All right. Well, thank you much, Buster, and good to have you with us. Hard to believe a 1-year anniversary is just around the corner here, isn't it? Speaking of UPS, that was one of my industry headlines. I think Braindead sent this to me. UPS will pay back more than $1 million to employees after allegedly diverting their salaries to charitable donations without their permission. Managers at UPS allegedly deducted money from their employees' paychecks and donated it to the United Way for years. Teamsters Local 804, a union representing many UPS workers in New York. In total, the company's paying $1.3 million to about 6,000 employees. So you split that up a whole bunch of ways, right? The $1.3 million consists of $789,000 and some change taken from their paychecks, as well as other damages, according to the court documents. Documents allege 2 employees realized the money was being taken out of their paychecks without their consent in 2019 and 2020. Now, they say in the past, workers and management discussed the annual fundraiser with employees who agreed to have the donations taken out of their paychecks, but in 2019, apparently that agreement stopped and didn't know the money was still being taken out. The lawsuit alleged that managers were incentivized to meet a certain target of contributions and that there are consequences if they didn't do so. Well, one worker told the outlet that he noticed the deductions a few years ago. Now, when I told my manager that I never agreed to this and I wanted it to stop, he gave me the runaround. He said he was considering donating his share of the settlement to a charity of his choice. The union president encouraged employees to opt in to the settlement. Make the company pay for what they did wrong. Any money that's not claimed will be donated to either St. Jude's Hospital and St. Mary's Hospital for Children. UPS spokesperson issued a statement which says, "We promptly investigated and addressed the concern when it was brought to our attention, and we will maintain our commitment to the community, but we do not comment on litigation." Of course, they have a long history of supporting the United Way. Those two have worked together since 1982. UPS was the first corporation to raise $1 billion for the charity, according to the United Way press release. Now, other companies have also been accused of misusing their employees' pay. Just last month, Amazon began to repay $60 million in illegally withheld tips to their employees. Amazon had previously promised flex drivers that they would receive 100% of tips on top of their wage and promised customers the tip money would go to the drivers. Well, instead, Amazon allegedly used the tips to just pay part of their hourly wage. Okay, so yeah, we get back at it here about 9 before the hour. Speaking of brain dead, what's happening this morning, brain dead?
Oh, let's just say Dingbat got a rare night off, and she's working on that party for tomorrow night. She's going down the food list and the drink list, and I'll get back to that in a minute. I don't know if you hit on it or not, but you remember the driver that did that mass collision up there in Denver a couple of years ago, the one that got 110 years in jail?
Yes.
Did you see that they're trying to get a petition together to lower his sentence from 110 years? Did you see this?
More than 1.5 million signatures on that petition already, brain dead.
What is it going to take for people to understand he's got to be accountable for what he did? He went down a mountain pass, past several truck runoff ramps. People are trying to get his attention to slow down and driving with his head up his butt. What is it going to take for him to be accountable? I hope they never parole this clown, because that is the problem with this industry. That's the problem. And it's an ongoing fight. Because, honestly, who's responsible for this accident? Is it the brake manufacturer? Is it the company? Is it the dispatcher? Who's responsible? They're not driving that truck. He is. He is ultimately responsible for the safe operation of the trucks. It's like yesterday when I got back, I put a truck out of service. The shop manager blew up about it because, the driver never reported these defects to me. I said, then you need to get onto the driver that normally runs this truck. If you cannot know that there's a problem and write it up, that's not my business. I'm covering my butt. But I hope he gets there in jail and sits there and thinks about this 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for what he did, for his stupid actions.
How about a lack of training? How about a small company, I believe 5 trucks, who had already had 30, I guess, violations with brake issues on their record?
All right, where does accountability come in? Steve, if you go out and you rear end somebody, who's accountable? Ain't the car maker, ain't the guy you hit, it's you. I'm sorry. Anyway, you're talking about the training standards. This is something else that I've been fighting over here. On the 10 o'clock run, there's a kid, been here 2 months, been here almost a year now, but he had this CDL for 2 months. He went through our illustrious academy, could not hook a set of trailers together, drop a set of trailers, never pulled a set of pups down the road. They throw him into the wind. Last night, had the same problem with some new chickie out here running this. And I told our area safety manager, the one that's over about 18 of our terminals, I said, if this is your CDL academy, you need to find somebody else to replace them, because they're not getting the proper training. Because you sit there and say, hey, we're going to have them work the pad for 2 weeks. Okay, if they work the pad for 2 weeks, shouldn't they know how to drop a set of trailers, hook a set of trailers? If your instructors and trainers are so good, how in the hell can you sit there and say, hey, this guy says he's never pulled a set of pups, but yet you sit there and have them driving around Memphis, running a set of vans, running a van trailer, and expect these people to be qualified to do this. The chickie last night that came out here didn't want to do the job. All she wanted to do is to get in the truck and run. She didn't want to pull these trailers. Newsflash, what the hell are you doing here for? If you don't want to run a set of pups, go to Swift, Warner, JB, Schneider. But you knew what the job entailed when you took the job. So who's responsible?
What if that same driver got put out on the road and maybe they sent him over a pass and he didn't know how he didn't know that he had how to go down the summit and lost his brakes?
Exactly my point. The kid that took over this run on the bid the first night, they wanted me out the gate by 10 o'clock. They didn't want me to shadow him, but he had to hook. He hooked the set up. Got some help there on the yard to hook the set up. Went through a severe thunderstorm around Brinkley, Arkansas, coming out here. Severe thunderstorm. He got out here. He was shaking and throwing up. It's like I told the guy. Like I told our area safety manager, what are you going to do to change your program? Because obviously it's a failure and needs to be rethought. This is the problem with the industry, is the meat in the seat mentality we have. You sat there and said you're going to change things. You sat there and said that we're going to have the best training program out there. I'm going to laugh my ass off at you. But anyway, Steve, I feel better now. Thank you.
Okay. And yes, we do have some Dumbass of the Week nominations to get to. All right, since he brought it up here, there is a petition at change.org looking for clemency for the driver that was sentenced for 110 years in prison. We've talked about several nights this week, I-70 in the Denver area. All right, so we know the whole background there. They go through the crash. He did pass a runaway ramp, swerved across all 3 lanes of traffic, ultimately coming upon stopped traffic toward the bottom of the hill there. Multiple explosions, fire engulfing his tractor trailer. 4 died in the crash, 6 others wounded. Aguilera Menderos is a U.S. resident from Cuba, had a commercial driver's license from Texas, driving for Castellano 03 Trucking out of Houston. He had a flatbed trailer hauling lumber. The petition was started by Heather Gilby of Thornton, Colorado, according to an introduction to the petition, asking Colorado's governor to grant clemency and reduce the sentence. This accident was not intentional, nor it was a criminal act on the driver's part, reads the introduction. No one but the trucking company he is or was employed by should be held accountable. Now, he was 23 at the time of the collision, had a clean driving record before the incident. He cooperated with authorities after the collision. He tested free of drugs and alcohol. The Denver Post editorial board has also called for clemency for Medeiros. So rather interesting. Passionate feelings on both sides of this particular issue. All right, according to the Denver Post editorial board, he was not drunk. He was not intentionally driving recklessly because he was in a hurry or out for a thrill or running from police. He was not even full of road rage as his semi accelerated down I-70 out of control, they wrote. Rather, a tool that Medeiros used for work failed, a tool as in the truck. Now, whether it was from a lack of training or a lack of common sense, because he actually got back in his truck with the brakes smoking and hot from being used excessively to slow the heavy logging truck on the steep grades west of Denver. The brakes then failed completely, and he did not use the emergency ramp that could have safely stopped the truck. Now, the Post earlier reported the judge handing down the sentence. Even the judge said that he would not have handed down this harsh of a sentence if he had latitude, was his words, but he was bound by the state minimum sentencing law. So that's where it stands. All right, but the update was more than 1.5 million signatures, and that was pretty quick because they just put that up within the last day or two. And with that news update, we hit the top of the hour, and we'll get to horse feathers coming up. After that, we finally cleared the lines out at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
The CDC advisory panel says most Americans should get the Pfizer or Moderna COVID vaccine instead of a Johnson & Johnson shot because it can cause rare blood clots that have so far killed 9 people. Up till this point, federal officials have treated all 3 shots equally. The CDC must now decide whether to accept the recommendation. In a statement, Johnson & Johnson said it remains confident the overall positive benefit-risk profile of its vaccine. At the White House, President Biden said it's past time for people to get their boosters.
Boosters are free, safe, and convenient. About 60 million people have been boosted. So go get your shot today. Go get boosted if you had your first 2 shots. If you haven't, go get your first shot.
This is USA Radio News.
Folks, you know how cancel culture has affected Mike Lindell. Well, MyPillow may have gotten canceled out of retail stores, but you can save big just in time for Christmas at MyPillow.com. The classic standard size MyPillow that sold in stores for almost $70 is on sale for Christmas for just $19.98. Standard size, $19.98 higher, but only if you go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener square, use my promo code USA, get a MyPillow for that special person in your life. You also get a free press and pack bag so you can take your MyPillow anywhere. Save big on anything on the MyPillow website, but only if you use my promo code USA. Support Mike Lindell and American Jobs. Get the best price ever on a MyPillow. And do your Christmas shopping at MyPillow.com. Promo code USA or call 1-800-951-8175. Merry Christmas.
President Biden has conceded that the Build Back Better bill won't get passed this year. With more, here's USA Radio Network's Lance Pry.
President Biden's social spending bill, Build Back Better, has lost its momentum. Now Democrats want to turn their attention to federalizing elections in America. Democrat Congressman Jake Auchincloss on MSNBC.
I've only been in Congress for a year, but even in this last year, I have seen that no legislation is ever fully done until it's on the president's desk, nor is it fully dead when you've got somebody like Nancy Pelosi in charge in the House or our Senate colleagues working on it in the Senate. So it's not dead. It's clearly stalled. Senator Manchin has been clear for the last several months that he has grave concerns about the bill. There's no surprises there. He's still working on it with the president, I think in good faith negotiations, but it cannot be an obstruction to passing voting rights before the new year.
From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
You're listening to USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go and pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
How to protect yourself during the pandemic has become a major concern.
Dr. Anthony Fauci is warning about the continued spread of the Omicron coronavirus variant. Speaking to a U.S. Chamber of Commerce Foundation audience, Fauci saying the strain will soon become the dominant one in the United States. Regarding the Omicron coronavirus variant, Dr. Marty McCrary offers his advice as far as how we should handle it during the holiday season.
Well, I would tell people to feel good about your immune level of protection. We know that immune protection in people over 65 really needs a booster unless people have had COVID in the past already. That essentially functions as a vaccine dose. And if you've had the J&J dose, one was probably not the right number, and you would need a second dose if you want good immune protection. That is, you're an adult at risk. For everybody else, I would say there's no need to do anything different. We're getting new data now on Omicron. It appears to be more mild. It will be the dominant virus, COVID strain in the United States, probably by February. I'm not sure that's something we need to worry about since it'll displace probably a more dangerous virus, that is Delta.
From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
Remember, you can listen to the news anytime, whether it's current breaking stories or previous stories from the past. Log on to our website at usaradio.com. For USA Radio News, I'm Wendy King.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
TGIF. Making our way into the 17th day of December. 1 week till Christmas Eve. Is it feeling real Christmassy where you are? Yeah, not really. This sure didn't feel like it this past day, especially along the West Coast or the East Coast with those incredibly warm temperatures. All right. Horse Feathers, you disappeared. He was next up. I guess he had. Did you get where you had to get? Good golly. All right, if you call back, I'll try to bump you up. According to the Iowa Department of Public Safety, they are monitoring any possible threats to schools in the state for today, December the 17th. Some sort of a social media trend nationwide labeling today, Friday, as American School Shooting Day. Who's the dumbass that came up with starting that particular trend? All right, at this time, we're not seeing any specific or credible threats towards any schools in Iowa, but continuing to diligently monitor the situation, according to the Assistant Director of the Division of Intelligence and Fusion Center. No division within the Iowa Department of Public Safety has received any requests for assistance. But the concerns have only grown as multiple school violence threats have happened in the Quad Cities recently. None were followed through with, according to the Department of Public Safety, but they say parents and guardians are encouraged to talk to their children about the consequences of even just simply posting a threat, even as a joke on social media, as well as reporting any threats to local law enforcement. Very similar to the interview with the officer there in the Detroit area after the school shooting that occurred there. They said every week, on a weekly basis, without fail, they have to follow up and respond to some sort of threat, mostly via social media. More often than not, somebody that is trying to get out of taking a test or wants a day out of school and wants them, those sort of things. But even those sort of postings come with a potential consequences of a lot of time behind bars. He says apparently a lot of youngsters don't realize that just making the threat with no intention whatsoever of even doing anything, but making the threat can get you in a whole lot of trouble. All right, we'll get back to the calls here. The Minnesota Milkman, good morning.
Good morning, Steve. I just got a quick response to, was it Mr. Braindead there before the break?
Correct.
Okay. He obviously missed your point because you tried to make it, and that is the guy had inadequate training. Is that necessarily, does he deserve some of the responsibility of what happened? Absolutely he does. 110 years worth? Well, in my opinion, and 1.5 million people tend to disagree, including the judge. The fact that the company is running crap equipment down the road should raise red flags. Should they even be operating at all? Probably not. How about the fact that the guy couldn't even speak English or read English, yet he's got a CDL? That's the fault of the state that issued him the driver's license, that ignored the FMCSA rules that say you have to speak and read English. So we can place blame on one man for all that and give him a life sentence in jail, but none of the other parties have to bear any responsibility. I have to disagree with Mr. Braindead. I don't see how that is fair to him as the individual when he wasn't given the correct tools to do the job.
Yeah. And the reason I brought up the training, because I've seen some videos over the years. I mean, Yeah, I don't know how often trucks lose their brakes on some of these inclines and whatnot, but obviously it happens often enough to where they put the runaway ramps in place and they do get used. I bet I've seen drivers that'll actually go up and try to use like the Jersey barrier wall, try to rub the wall to slow the truck down, whatever you can do. Now, I had a conversation with Horse Feathers this past morning. Maybe he'll get a chance to call us back, but he was kind of alluding to the fact that the lack of training, but he kind of feels like this youngster bears the responsibility. He said he could have ditched that truck. He could have, took it off the side of the road, gone into the median. I mean, when he saw that he was coming up on the stopped traffic and he was actually blowing past vehicles before even making an impact, why didn't he put it in the median? I don't know. I guess maybe he would have been sacrificing himself in that case. So I don't know. That's why I'm saying, boy, there's awfully strong opinions on both sides of this one.
There is. And I'm not saying that brain dead is completely wrong. Just like I'm not saying that the people that are, the 1.5 million are completely right. I think there needs to be a little bit of reasonableness in this whole thing and seriously look at what the hell is going on with our industry. And I think you said it at the very beginning of the show about President Biden coming up with, different ways to get better ways to get into the industry. Well, isn't it in January or February of 2022 that they're making the standards stricter, yet now he's talking about getting rid of that? Nowhere are we talking about regulations or the real reasons why either people are not getting into this industry or they're leaving it in droves, whether it's the senior driver that's been out here 30 years or the 18, 19, 20-year-old that wants to be a driver. Like, they're not listening to us, and what they're saying, they don't know what they're talking about because they've never done it. And it's like everyone is talking out of both sides of their mouth. And all we as good drivers want is some kind of sense that the new drivers that are coming out are going to be more than capable of driving these trucks like they were 15, 20 years ago.
Yeah.
And I think that standard that we had 15, 20 years ago is greatly diminished. But it's a different way of how people think too. I'm only 41 years old, and I think more like an older school guy than I do a newer guy. But because of everything that's going on in this industry, I tend to lean more towards, maybe some of these changes really are needed because of how much has dramatically changed in this industry. So.
Yeah, and I can't help but wonder, you bring up the whole speaking and reading the English. How many hundreds of thousands of drivers out there in commercial vehicles right now are in that category, cannot speak her? I mean, I'm hearing from more and more drivers, they feel like damn near, it seems like half the drivers out there fall into that category. And who's responsible for that? It's the states. It's whoever's issuing the CDL licenses, correct?
Well, that's what I would think. So I'm obviously out of Minnesota. I just renewed back in July my hazmat endorsement. So I got to take the written test. I could have chosen to take that test, and I want to say it was 12 different languages.
There you go.
How is that even right? So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I get we're trying to get people to, feel welcome here, but on the same hand, if you can't function in this country speaking and writing English, you probably should not be behind the wheel of 80,000 pounds. Just one man's opinion.
Hey, I do appreciate you checking in this morning. You brought up the driver training. That's what I was suggesting to Big Ed, because going through what the Yeah, the White House said yesterday, trying to make it easier and expediting the ability to attain a CDL. How are you going to expedite things when you're just about to implement more stringent standards? Starting early 22, some CDL and endorsement applicants will be required to meet new training standards due to the upcoming FMCSA rule change. Start date is February 7. The new rule goes into effect. The ELDT rule establishes minimum requirements for entry-level driver training standards for both those providing the training as well as the CDL applicant. The rules will apply to those who want to obtain a Class A or a Class B CDL for the first time, those who are upgrading an existing Class B to a Class A, or to obtain a school bus, passenger, hazmat endorsement for the first time. All the above on that. These applicants will be required, they tell us, to obtain their training from a provider which would be listed on the FMCSA's Training Provider Registry, which I will assume the FMCSA is going out to vet these training operations to make sure that they know what they're doing in their training process. This training must be completed before taking a CDL skills test, or if the driver is applying for the hazmat endorsement, the knowledge test. There is no minimum number of hours for either behind-the-wheel training or knowledge training under the rule. The rule only requires applicants seeking a CDL would be required to demonstrate proficiency in knowledge training and behind-the-wheel training on a driving range and or a public road, with the training being obtained from an instructional program that meets the FMCSA standards. Now, they do say this rule is not retroactive, so individuals who were issued a CDL or an endorsement prior to February the 7th are not required to complete training for the respective CDL endorsement. Now, they do have an FMCSA frequently asked questions section already. I hold a CDL that was issued before February 7th. What if I apply for an upgrade to a higher class of CDL on or after February 7th? You must complete the required entry-level training for the class of CDL to which you're upgrading before you will be permitted to take the CDL skills test. Let's see. My commercial learner's permit was issued before February 7. You are not required to complete entry-level driver training as long as you obtain a CDL before the commercial learner's permit or renewed learner's permit expires. What if I obtain my commercial learner's permit after February of 2022? Yes, you must complete the required entry-level driver training before you will be permitted to take the skills test, the S or the P skills test, or the H knowledge test. Several other questions, but let me just jump down. The final rule was published in the Federal Register, believe it or not, on December the 7th of 2016. That's 5 years have passed since it was put in the public register. The compliance date was pushed back from February 7th of 2020 to February 7th of 22, in part to allow the state driver's license agencies time to update their IT infrastructure, their internal procedures. All right. But that's where that stands, February 7. And with that, what are we looking at? All right, we've got clear lines wide open at 844-844-3388. And we return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
So I shared with you just a few moments ago that little story out of Iowa. That was actually, obviously, a local story out of the state of Iowa, but they mentioned in there, this is it's a nationwide thing with this whole school shooting Friday thing. I'm looking at a memo, I guess, that was sent to parents from Lockland City Schools, which, that's one of the suburbs here in Cincinnati, which states the district has become aware of a TikTok challenge rumored to take place Friday, December the 17th. The rumor is a threat of violence to take place in schools across the country. Currently, we are not aware of any threats to our school or students. As a district, we take all potential threats seriously, though. The district has notified the Lockland Police and has law enforcement presence every day in our schools. We must work together to keep our schools and students safe. Remember, if you or your child sees or hears something, say something. You can text the statewide tip line to anonymously report anything that is suspicious or endangering your child, his or her friends, or our school. The line is monitored 24/7, and any threats are reported back to the district administrators. You can also report concerns by directly contact your student's teacher, counselor, or administrator when a school-related concern arises. If it's an immediate concern, call 911. Please do not use social media as a forum to share these concerns. Individual privacy settings may inhibit emergency responders or school administrators from seeing those messages. So I guess if you're going to try to drop a tip about something you're concerned about, don't do it via Facebook or Twitter, because those that need to know may never be notified. But they sign off. Thank you for your ongoing support and cooperation with Lockland Schools. Some sort of a TikTok challenge. Oh, that's lovely. All right, looking at 27 past the hour. Let's get back to the calls here. Julio is checking in. Hi there, Julio. How you been?
Hey, Brother Steve. How you doing?
Happy Friday. Ready for the weekend?
Happy Friday. Yes, sir. Can you hear me all right there?
Yeah, I guess the bigger question is, are you ready for Christmas?
Yeah, I'm fine. Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah, loud and clear.
Oh, okay. I seen Nancy Pelosi on TV today. Somebody needs to do something about them people because she done blew so much hot air. It's so foggy down here in South Alabama, I can't see my hood.
Yes, I haven't mentioned that. Yeah, there are big fog advisories all over the Gulf Coast region.
It's nasty down here. Anyway, congratulations to Monkey Gouger on his being cancer-free. I heard that the other night, and I'm 7 years cancer-free myself.
All right.
I had leukemia. So I'm blessed by God. And straighten out one little thing. When I was telling you about cooking the crawfish now, Monkey Gouger said something about putting the corn in the sauce. That's the same way we do it down here among us tuna asses down here. But I just was talking basically about the crawfish themselves don't have as much meat as a shrimp.
Okay.
But when you got all the fixed in one big giant pot, you're going to get full.
Okay.
So I just wanted to clear that up.
I got you.
Tell everybody to be safe down here because it's nasty down here. It's foggy.
All right. Well, good to hear from you, Julio. And if we don't talk to you before...
Two more weeks.
2 more weeks?
Two more weeks. I'm quitting in 2 weeks. I'm retired. I'll be listening to you from the 420 at the house.
All right. Well, there's another driver that won't be out there hauling freight again. See, we got seats we're going to have to fill, right? Okay. Yeah, I did not. I apologize. I neglected to mention the fog issues all along the Gulf Coast. Let me just share. He's in South Alabama, or L.A., Lower Alabama. Dense fog advisories in effect till 9 a.m. this morning. Visibility a quarter mile or less. And that's the word as I flip back here to the bigger picture. I mean, this is most of the state of Georgia. I mean, stretching from about just north of Atlanta all the way down into the Florida Panhandle. Yeah, the southern 2/3 or southern 3/4 of Alabama, southern half of Mississippi, the southern portions of Louisiana, and even along the Gulf Coast areas of southeastern Texas. A lot of fog in the south here this Friday morning. So use caution out there. Get a news break. Come back with more. Happy Friday. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
A portion of President Biden's economic agenda won't get through Congress this year. The White House is choosing to hold off on the Build Back Better plan, at least for 2021. Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell said he's glad.
The best Christmas gift Washington could give working families would be putting this bad bill on ice.
The CDC advisory panel is saying that the Pfizer or Moderna COVID vaccines are better than Johnson & Johnson's vaccine because they say it can cause a rare blood clot. So far, it's killed up to 9 people. The CDC must now decide whether to accept the recommendation. The COVID-19 positivity rate in New York has doubled in just 3 days as the new Omicron variant has spread throughout the country. This is USA Radio News.
Life can be full of risks. One thing you shouldn't take a risk with ever is your family's health insurance. If you're self-employed or you now need affordable health insurance, you need to make this free call right now and see how the Health Insurance Helpline can help you get it. We specialize in helping the self-employed and people just like you that need affordable health insurance to get it. We have short and long-term health insurance plans, and some even cover dental, vision, and prescription drugs. Don't take a risk with your family's health insurance. It's not worth it. If you're self-employed or now need affordable health insurance, call right now and learn for free how to get it. Listen, affordable health insurance plans for everyone just like you are a free phone call away. So give us a shout right now.
800-470-8021. 800-470-8021. 800-470-8021. That's 800-470-8021.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute? When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you. You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
And now back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Hey, what do you say? How about a Dumbass of the Week nominee? Got to get to these. Starting off with a Memphis woman. Yeah, right there in Brain Dead neck of the woods. Kind of a local story for you there, Brain Dead. A Memphis woman calling Crime Stoppers to report her brother as the suspect in a school burglary. Apparently, Memphis police shared video of the suspect who allegedly broke into Grandview Heights Middle School. On December the 6th, stole several items Antonio Brown charged with the crime after his sister called in a tip to Crime Stoppers, saying, "That's my brother," in the video. The video, they take these surveillance videos, they'll share it via social media, and sometimes they'll send it to local news stations. And if you can help identify this individual, call Crime Stoppers. Now, the video showed Brown leaving the school with 2 carts filled with stolen school property and a red 2-wheeled dolly. After Brown's sister called the tip, police showed her a 6-person photo lineup, and she identified Brown as the person in the video. She said he also tried to sell her a laptop with a Shelby County Schools sticker on it, which she refused to buy. All right, Brown is now charged with burglary of a building. Well, there you go. Here's a Dumbass of the Week nominee. And it's been going on for years, but around the country, these thieves going out to steal catalytic converters, right? There's a lot of money to be made on those catalytic converters. And a lot of times, of course, you play stupid games, you win stupid prizes. Union County, North Carolina, a man who was in the process of trying to steal a catalytic converter was killed when the car he was under fell on him. Deputies were called to a home on Indian Trail Road. When they got to the scene, investigators found a man dead underneath a Toyota Prius. The homeowner pulls into the driveway. And let's see, with the Union County Sheriff's Office, he's got multiple vehicles in his driveway, and he sees basically the lower half of a person sticking out from the front bumper of his Toyota Prius. Detectives say they found evidence indicating the man was in the process of cutting off and stealing the catalytic converter. At some point during the cutting of the exhaust pipe, the Prius fell off the jack, crushing the man. It appears the vehicle came down on top of him while he was trying to cut the converter off. All right. A catalytic converter and the small amount of scrap value it holds is by no means worth the risk of losing your life. Which, that would be true. Like I said, play stupid games, win stupid prizes. Meanwhile, back to the phones we go here on a Friday morning, TGIF. Would this be Mama Knucklebuster by chance?
Well, you can call me that, but I don't normally bust knuckles, so I think I need my own, so just call me Tennessee.
Okay, Tennessee. Hello, Tennessee.
Hello.
Well, you've had Mr. Knucklebuster home with you for, nearly 2 weeks now. Are you ready to kick him out and get him back on the road?
You can never get enough of him.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I just want to say one thing to these people that are calling in. You know, you emulate those individuals that you obviously idolize, but duplication is impossible. Gilligan needs to go back to his little island.
The unofficial Knucklebuster impersonator. Try as he may, he ain't nowhere close, is he?
That voice didn't do anything for me. Nothing.
Oh, my. Yeah, we got to get Knucklebuster back to work.
Well, he's working all right, just not for you.
I guess you've got the big honeydew list going, right?
No. He has his own list. He does what he wants to do.
Yeah.
I don't normally tell him what to do. So, anyway, I just wanted to wish y'all a good night. I kind of laughed a little bit at him. I don't know. So, you have a good night, Steve, and take care, and I'll let him come back to you eventually, okay?
All right. Well, you enjoy your Christmas and your New Year. I know he's off to the first of the year, I think. So, yeah, tell him we miss him, and enjoy all that time with Mr. Knucklebuster.
All right. You have a good night.
All right.
Steve.
Bye, Tennessee. Call me Tennessee. That's a good handle. What's going on, Donut Man?
Not too much. How you doing this morning, Steve?
Doing all right. Happy
Been a
Friday.
couple of weeks since I had a chance to call you.
Yes, sir.
That's kind of still my Thursday. I still got one more day to go.
Yep.
But I saw an article the other day, Steve. Somebody posted it on Facebook. I think I shared it to the Steve Sommers page. Talking to one of them self-appointed civil rights people had the audacity to make a statement that with the wreaths across America, that placing wreaths on these graves without the family's consent is considered flashing Christian gang signs.
Oh boy.
I was like, are you kidding me? When is this going to stop? I mean, I can remember Maniac and others over the years that were involved in doing that, and I kind of remember when it first started and how big it's become, and how I try to support it the best I can, and it's a great thing. And you have these people, it's just, are people just not happy unless they got to ruin everything else? For everybody else.
I think there's just some miserable ass people out there. Yes, that they're so miserable they have to make everyone else miserable.
I mean, this cancel culture and woke this and pandering to this group and pandering to that group. It's just, live your life. Take what life gives you, enjoy it. Enjoy your family. If you're miserable, that's your problem. Don't make everybody else miserable to try to make yourself feel better.
Yep.
So I wanted to ask you, did Beth set her wedding date yet, or is that coming up pretty soon? Or
no, they haven't. They have not.
Ready to get married?
No, they haven't set a date at this point in time. They're trying to do it, as they say, the right way. They want to make sure they're able to get a house and whatnot before they get married. So.
Yeah, and you got two great kids, Steve. Got to know them a little bit over the years, and saw that picture of Rowan, and I'm sitting there like, that's not the same kid that was at the truck show a couple of years ago.
Yes, sitting on my knee. Yeah, sitting on my knee up there at the broadcast booth.
He looks like he could lift the truck.
Exactly.
That picture looked like he could lift the truck.
He's a big boy.
He could lift the truck. But yeah, I just wanted to wish you and your family, if I didn't get a chance to talk to you next week, you and the family all have a happy and Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year, a safe New Year. I hope Santa Claus brings you and the princess and the family, and try not to spoil the grandkids too much. I know it's hard because I kind of spoil mine too. But yeah, try not to spoil them too much, Steve.
You know what's probably too late for that. I tell the princess, said, hey, we raised our kids, and we always tried to make Christmas really big for them. I said, now they have parents. We're the grandparents. You're not supposed to be outdoing mom and dad with a Christmas tree loaded with gifts, right? Don't overdo it. I know. I can't help it. It's right. Let's see who's next up here. Let's check in with old Scrapyard. What's happening, Scrapyard?
Oh, what's happening, Cam? Just out here making a dash for the cash and hope it don't crash.
There you go.
Just called in about a weather report out here in Arkansas. Out here in this old greasy rain, a light rain, but greasy nonetheless. Cleaned my windows within 5 minutes and all that. It's just a prismatic effect across the windshield and all of that. I think it's due to all these food processing plants and biodiesel, oil rendering plants, things of that nature, because they use high pressure steam and liberates a lot of oil and gets up in the atmosphere, and then when it rains, it washes it out, and there you have it. But on the radar and whatnot down around Little Rock, got some pretty good storms up ahead of me, and looking pretty ugly. Looked like Walt Disney blew up down there around Little Rock, and I got a little news on the construction zone down there by the house, the meat grinder. I stop in the Waffle House there by the meat grinder every evening before I go to work, get me a cup of Joe and all that and get my mind right. Come to find out there was one of the town city council members there, and I heard him in the booth behind me with his family, was talking to him. talking to his family and overheard, and I said, "Sir, I'm a Class A driver, pass through here all the time. What did you say?" And he said that the city council had contacted the governor's office, raising hell because apparently that crew out there in that construction zone, the meat grinder, have been dragging their feet. And now they got proof they've been dragging their feet. And all these people have been getting injured in wrecks out there. Now the construction company itself apparently has been named as a litigant in civil suits for these accidents.
I'll be darned.
And all that. So from mile marker 111 to 116, drivers, heed my warning. Watch yourself do that, because it's called the meat grinder for a reason. Somebody gets killed there at least once every 2 weeks.
Wow, that's bad.
It's really laid out really, really bad. You get in between Jersey walls that are sitting on both lines. So in places out there, and just a general dumbassery, people texting and driving, not obeying the speed limit signs from Class D all the way to Class A. And it's just, I don't mind talking about you. I just don't want to hear bad about you.
Well, you're talking about such a tight fit. What kind of speed limit they got through there? Is it down to like 45 or something? Or
unfortunately, no, 60.
Really? Wow.
The westbound side. When you get under that 116 overpass, it's tight, and then all of a sudden you got a Jersey wall on both sides, and it's still 2 lanes. Incredibly dangerous right there. I had an R&L driver this morning nearly ran me over. He hit the left-hand Jersey wall and bounced off of it and nearly shoved me and my personal into the right-hand one. I got on the brakes, and this idiot, of course, I was doing the speed limit 60 mile per hour, and but he was doing well over. He or she, I should say, excuse me.
Okay.
And just watch yourself through there, because the amount of dumbassery that occurs out here day or night is not playing around. And on that driver, that driver, they were playing on a local radio station yesterday. Some of the information, the transcripts of that court case when it got to 110 years. Apparently, he threw the truck in neutral coming downhill.
Really?
Yeah, and then couldn't get it back. Couldn't get it to synchronize back up, because even on an automatic, on one of these auto manuals, that if you try to put it back in drive, sometimes, well, it'll get a fault code, and because there's 3 computers that tie. There's an ECM for the engine, one for the transmission, but those 2 don't speak the same language. There's a translator in the middle, and that's where the hiccup occurs, and it won't go back into gear. It's like if you shower down, say coming out of a truck stop and you cross over an overpass and you're going to take an on-ramp, and then you slow down real fast and then try to get on it again when you're making that left-hand turn, and then all of a sudden the transmission says, nope, we're not going to do it. And that's a code fault.
Mm.
And it gets inputs from the engine and the transmission are not speaking the same language, and they basically get into a cuss fight, and that one in the middle trying to referee the 2 gets beat up and just says, hell with it, I'm out. And so it's like, even though these things may be an automatic, don't try to coast them. It does not work out that way. And yep.
I reckon that's something he learned. He learned that lesson the hard way that day. But I don't know if he were even able to get it back in gear. That wouldn't have slowed the truck down much, would it?
Well, if he had his Jake set, that might be able to. Because the Jakes are not triggered by the pads grabbing, but by the brake switch. By hitting the brakes, it would have triggered the Jakes and then used the engine and all that, because there's exhaust braking, there's engine braking, engine air braking, 3 different types. of Jake's and all that, depending on when the truck was made. Just, with this level of training and hot dogging it, just sheer common sense. He got what he deserved. If I did the same damn thing and all that with a day's worth of experience or 10 years worth of experience, it would be the same thing. There is what's called the rule of law, and without it, we're not a civilization. I know they're hollering for leniency, but his past speaks for itself, and his actions do the same.
All righty. Well, fair enough, Scrapyard. Thank you for the heads up, and hopefully they'll get that construction zone wrapped up sooner rather than later. Boy, a lot of lives being lost in that. Well, the meat grinder, as he said. It is 7 before the hour. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Honorary Forest Ranger Betty White here, lending a hand to my dear friend Smokey Bear. Because for years, he's only said,
only you can prevent wildfires.
But there's a lot more to say. Like if you park your car on tall, dry grass, the hot exhaust pipe can start a wildfire. So keep the animals safe, especially the cute shirtless one. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, back at it here. It's 844-844-3388. Got a Friday morning. Vic, how we doing this Friday?
Oh, doing pretty good here, Steve. Before I get on this driver training kick, you were talking about those school shootings. Are you familiar with the Zodiac killer of years ago?
I remember the name. I don't much remember what it was all about.
Okay, well, he was a serial killer out in California, and they never did find out who he was. He used to write things in code to some newspapers out there and some of the police. And one guy died. They think it was him, but they still haven't figured out who he was. But he kept threatening to kill a bunch of school children on school buses. He never did get that done. But today is his birthday. And I don't know if that has any connection with what they're talking about,
interesting,
or how this all got started. But on this driver training thing, you've probably heard the old saying, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And that's kind of the way I feel about this government driver training thing, because I've went through all of it. And for the life of me, it looked like every step the government took, they made it worse. at one time you could go get you a chauffeur's license, and a lot of people got started driving trucks. They either drove on a farm or they drove for, some guy around town. Then they get adventurous and decide to go over the road at some point. And what happened way back when, I don't know if you really recall how the CDL came about or not, but a lot of drivers, when they went to the double nickel, were getting speeding tickets, the 55-mile-an-hour speed limit, and they were getting licensed in several states. And so they come up with this idea for the CDL, and that was supposed to be like a nationwide driver's license. Well, that got watered down to where it was still state by state by state, but it was endorsed as a CDL, and there were different people figured out ways that they could carry more than one driver's license, so that really didn't work. Then they said, well, you have to take so much training, and when they started saying you could take so much training and start driving, that's where they started getting a lot of people that actually came off the street. And the driving school that I went to, because I didn't grandfather in off the chauffeur's license, and I didn't drive for, I was about 14 years there. And they said, well, you have to go back to one of these, I just call them a CDL mill. You were there for 3 weeks, they hand you a CDL and say, there you go. And the schools that I went through, that was right after the Greyhound bus drivers strike and the UPS strike. We had drivers in there that came from UPS and had been pulling, doubles and triples. We had Greyhound bus drivers in there, and we had people in there that the one guy, he was asking me about, is it very hard to shift one of these trucks? I said, well, you just have to know how to double clutch or if you want to float the gears, how to match up the speed and all that. And I said, have you ever driven a truck before? Yeah, it was an automatic. Well, I thought he meant an automatic dump truck. And I said, well, what was it? He was a pickup truck. So I'm thinking 3 weeks from now, this guy's going to be out there with, 70 feet and 40 ton rolling death. And then as I went on through the whole thing, different things, had happened. And eventually I wound up working for one of these, I guess you call them a chameleon trucking company. They had opened a trucking company and run it as long as they could and hire about anybody. And they did a lot of work for like JB Hunt and some of these other major carriers. And it was, and a lot of brokerage things. And the things that I've seen him hire, basically, some of them had no experience and some had been let go from trucking companies from good reason. But yet, whenever the one company that I was with there for a while, they hired a bunch of Russian drivers. And they were in the state of Illinois. And in the state of Illinois, of course, that one governor went to prison over the CDLs. That actually happened when he was Secretary of State. But anyway, under Illinois rules, if you had an interpreter, you could hire these foreign drivers, and they hired a bunch of Russian drivers. And they also hired a Russian woman interpreter for them to help them take the CDL. Now, the Russian drivers, oddly enough, in Russia, they had to learn a certain amount of English, so they did have an understanding of English. But I found that interesting that here they had to, that on the one hand, they say you have to speak English to get a CDL and have an understanding of the English language. And then they turn around on the other hand and they provide a way around it. And I've seen that throughout everything. But the more that the government said we're going to train these people and we're going to have these programs in place, it seemed like the quality of drivers got worse and worse. And when I think back to, when I was young, and the people that got into trucking business, most of them, before they ever hit the road, they had 5 or 6 years of practical experience before they ever went over the road. And you contrast that with the government now to where that, you see those ads on TV, and you can go take one of these CDL courses, and within 3 weeks, you can be in a training program with a major company. And they started that, the Job Partnership Training Act and the OJT thing. And so they stick them in a truck with somebody and a trainer, and they run them like a team right off the bat. And the trainer really doesn't do much training. He's just interested in getting his training fee or extra miles or whatever. And on paper, it might all look good, but in reality, I have not seen it really work out all that well for the driver or the trucking industry as a whole. And by and large, when I went through, they would tell us that, within 5 years, there's only going to be one of you left in this industry. And that would permeate through the whole trucking industry, the people that were training. And it's like they really didn't put a lot of effort or input into training people because they figured, well, you're going to be gone after a while anyway. And this one guy says, well, after a year, they're going to figure they've gotten enough out of you to make up for any incidents or hopefully no major accidents. It's mostly minor incidents to pay for. And years ago, whenever I did that, they said that people would do pretty good for the first 5 years. And then around the 5th to the 7th year, they start getting bold. And that's when they start having the major accidents that causes a lot of injury and a lot of death. And whenever they was talking about the guy kicking the truck out of gear at the top of a mountain, I mean, that was so basic in all the training and everything else, and you come on a lot of these different brake checks before you go down a mountain. They'll even tell you what gear to have it in, not to be above a certain speed limit at a certain place. But kicking it out of gear, that's what they call the Georgia overdrive. And, once the truck builds up so much speed, you're just stuck. You're not going to do anything. It's not going back into gear, regardless of what type of transmission you have. And some of the old-fashioned brakes used to actually go around the drive shaft. And if you got it out of gear, they're not going to do you any good. Just like the jake brakes, they're not going to do you any good if it isn't in gear. Yeah. But by and large, whenever they come up with this, I don't know what they came up with now, but it's more regulations, and you do this and you do that, and you take this test and you take that test. And, Steve, I don't care what job it is that you have, you're an experienced radio announcer, you're just experiencing it shows. A rookie isn't going to do that. And you can take all the training in your world, but you have to get out there and have hands-on experience. And that's just all it boils down to. And you have to have people that have an interest in teaching the right way. And I just never did see that out there. It was all like, how many people can we get out here in these trucks? How many contracts can we get? And the cheaper, and it seemed like they always wanted to save on the driver pay. And in the long run, everybody, just about every company that I know that went to one of those driver training programs, they wound up going out of business or being severely negatively impacted because it wound up being more expensive than paying an experienced driver, good money. I think years ago, I believe J.B. Hunt kind of went through that experience, and then they increased pay, and then they kind of decreased pay. But originally, when they started, man, they were training these people and, basically making indentured servants out of them for like a year or two.
Yep.
And then they realized that wasn't working too good.
Well, and at one point, they even got out of the driver training thing. At one point, yeah, they scrapped all that. Are they back to driver training now or not? Hey, we got to get to our news update, though. Way behind here, rolling into a Friday. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
The CDC advisory panel says most Americans should get the Pfizer or Moderna COVID vaccine instead of a Johnson & Johnson shot because it can cause rare blood clots that have so far killed 9 people. Up till this point, federal officials have treated all 3 shots equally. The CDC must now decide whether to accept the recommendation. In a statement, Johnson & Johnson said it remains confident the overall positive benefit-risk profile of its vaccine. At the White House, President Biden said it's past time for people to get their boosters.
Boosters are free, safe, and convenient. About 60 million people have been boosted. So go get your shot today. Go get boosted if you had your first 2 shots. If you haven't, go get your first shot.
This is USA Radio News.
Folks, you know how cancel culture has affected Mike Lindell. Well, MyPillow may have gotten canceled out of retail stores, but you can save big just in time for Christmas at MyPillow.com. The classic standard size MyPillow that sold in stores for almost $70 is on sale for Christmas for just $19.98. Standard size, $19.98. Queen and king size slightly higher, but only if you go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener square, use my promo code USA, get a MyPillow for that special person in your life. You also get a free press and pack bag so you can take your MyPillow anywhere. Save big on anything on the MyPillow website, but only if you use my promo code USA. Support Mike Lindell and American jobs. Get the best price ever on a MyPillow, and do your Christmas shopping at MyPillow.com. Promo code USA or call 1-800-951-8175. Merry Christmas.
President Biden has conceded that the Build Back Better bill won't get passed this year. With more, here's USA Radio Network's Lance Pry.
President Biden's social spending bill, Build Back Better, has lost its momentum. Now Democrats want to turn their attention to federalizing elections in America. Democrat Congressman Jake Auchincloss on MSNBC.
I've only been in Congress for a year, but even in this last year, I have seen that no legislation is ever fully done until it's on the president's desk, nor is it fully dead when you've got somebody like Nancy Pelosi in charge in the House or our Senate colleagues working on it in the Senate. So it's not dead. It's clearly stalled. Senator Manchin has been clear for the last several months that he has grave concerns about the bill. There's no surprises there. He's still working on it with the president, I think in good faith negotiations, but it cannot be an obstruction to passing voting rights before the new year.
From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
You're listening to USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go and pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
How to protect yourself during the pandemic has become a major concern.
Dr. Anthony Fauci is warning about the continued spread of the Omicron coronavirus variant. Speaking to a U.S. Chamber of Commerce Foundation audience, Fauci saying the strain will soon become the dominant one in the United States. Regarding the Omicron coronavirus variant, Dr. Marty McCrary offers his advice as far as how we should handle it during the holiday season.
Well, I would tell people to feel good about your immune level of protection. We know that immune protection in people over 65 really needs a booster unless people have had COVID in the past already. That essentially functions as a vaccine dose. And if you've had the J&J dose, one was probably not the right number, and you would need a second dose if you want good immune protection. That is, you're an adult at risk. For everybody else, I would say there's no need to do anything different. We're getting new data now on Omicron. It appears to be more mild. It will be the dominant virus, COVID strain in the United States, probably by February. I'm not sure that's something we need to worry about since it'll displace probably a more dangerous virus, that is Delta.
From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
Remember, you can listen to the news anytime, whether it's current breaking stories or previous stories from the past. Log on to our website at usaradio.com. For USA Radio News, I'm Wendy King.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Are you ready for another hour? Well, here we go as we've crossed over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Welcome into a Friday. Good to have you on board. Yeah, don't forget to get your stocking stuffers ordered ASAP at hotshotsecret.com. Some of that Hot Shot Secret gun oil, fits right in the stocking. Maybe an everyday diesel treatment or some of the Never Rust spray. HotShotSecret.com. Use the coupon code Overnight Drive. Get 10% off the order on top of an additional 10% for our first responders, law enforcement, veterans, or active duty military, or CDL holders. Total of 20% off your order. But you see, we are 1 week from Christmas Eve. We were talking last evening about some of those shipping deadlines. And with each passing day, you're getting down to where you're going to have to start paying those super high dollar shipping costs if you want to get it there before Christmas. All right, at the moment, well, there's still some good people out there, right? With all the negativity that we hear in the news with each passing day, the destruction in Mayfield, Kentucky, there's a restaurant owner that has taken and parked her food truck in the middle of kind of ground zero, the tornado wreckage, to hand out free hot meals to first responders, victims, and anyone else in need there in Mayfield. Infinity Farms. The owner says, what we're doing is just really, it's a small part. We're not doing near as much as some of these men and women that are in the trenches, physically out there finding people, helping people relocate. They're normally based nearby La Center, Kentucky. They actually arrived in Mayfield on Sunday, shortly after the tornadoes had come through, to serve hot meals to all the workers, anyone that was displaced from their home. Mayfield police and fire departments, EMTs, some of the locals all gathered outside the truck there. For us, this is our gift, she said. If we can share it with others, that's what we're going to do. It turned out what was going to be a one-day trip, serving meals, is going to be a several-week trip. She said we're going to be here for a few weeks to try and help them get through. People coming together, right? That's trying to help out their neighbors, their friends, and those at a loss, especially this time of year. But what's going on this morning, Chevy guy?
Oh, not a whole lot. We just, I've basically stayed mostly out of all this stuff that I understood on the news. Even the families of the victims were sort of alarmed at the fact that this driver was put away for that many years. And the only thing I'll add to this, I hope the guy that purposely run through that Christmas parade at least gets that life in prison. But how many convicted child molesters, murderers, people that intended to harm, they get out in 20, 25 years.
Yeah.
Daggum door key. Hey, my door don't rattle no more, okay? They fixed it, but it keeps popping open about every 15 minutes.
What the?
I think the mechanics are trying to kill me. But it don't rattle no more. Now, back to what I was saying, and I always thought in the law it was the intent, and then you have the accident, and just like I've always said, a lug nut can come off your truck, go through a windshield with a minivan of 8 or 9 people, and you can kill them all. So brain dead, I pray that nothing like that would happen. It's a freak accident, but they're going to definitely go to you. They're going to find out anything that you had, anything that you may have in your past. They'll go back and check anything on your company, your truck, and any kind of, it'll look like, we had some write-ups, brake write-ups, safety violations. With that big outfit, it looks like, with that huge company, you're going to have huge amount of violations over the years. So it's sort of scary out here because, at 65, a little thing, a little charge of even 10, 15 years could be a life sentence for me. That's where I'm getting at it. It's when your judge actually says, I don't, want to do it this way. That says a lot. But I think it all goes back to, if you remember, the Republicans were pushing that these liberal judges kept letting people off letting people off. And so they pushed it to so people have to do real time. But I think the difference is that intent, or the intent really seems to be the problem here. I won't even go back, and that even includes what I was talking about earlier. But the intent, and also. Well, now I ain't going to get into it. I want to say what I want to say, but people can't handle the truth, so we'll leave it at that. Other than that, I started chauffeur's license, and yoo-hoo! I mean, I even got, funny, I've got my chauffeur's license still with me, and I've got my first CDL, 89, I believe, and I pulled in to get my license renewed. You sign this, you only hold one license. But when I pulled my license out, all 3 of them fell out. The lady behind the counter is laughing at us. How many you got? And I showed them. They said, back in West Virginia in the day, they didn't require you to turn your old license in, And, there've been big changes. But when I went to Ohio, and got my first chauffeur's license. Well, the man hands me out after I get it. He stands there and he says, he hands me this green book, and that's your PARS book right there. He says, anything you need to know is in this book. That's a trucker's Bible. Mm-hmm. And he showed me this. He showed me that, how to chain, if you need to know how to chain up, it's all right in there. And I'm ready to go. I go out there. Well, guess what? You weren't going to pull no trailers or do any serious trucking with the big stuff until you got 5 years experience. I'm telling you. So I drove every piece of junk you could get your hands on, dump trucks. I drove where nobody else would be able to or would want to drive. So I learned quickly how to adjust brakes. I don't leave on a trip without a bag of tools, It just, because how many times I've had to use them. Simple things like these guys that's doing this, the new CDL and all these points, but I sort of scratching my head. Well, if you got the new CDL license and all this stuff, how come you don't know how to adjust your own brakes? So I don't know. So, I mean, just simple things like guy run over a limb in a curve, ripped out his airline. Well, we're on the side of the road. He said, I'm going to call safety or call the shop to get it fixed. I said, no, we'll fix it right here. You know, I just pulled out some tools, spread out the brass, slid it back over the hose, and slid it back in, tightened it back down. As simple as that. In 15 minutes, he was rolling again. So other than that, that's progress. So we're going to sit back, copy the mail, and enjoy the rest of the show, Campbell.
Have a great Friday. Have a good weekend. And we'll chat sometime next week, I'm sure. And we'll be back in 2. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show, 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
The cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, of course, we've been hearing in our news breaks the recommendation. Yeah, the CDC, they sat down, had their powwow yesterday. And yeah, we got some issues with the J&J vaccine. The CDC says we recommend the Pfizer or the Moderna over the Johnson & Johnson because of the rare but deadly blood clots. And Peter Navarro said if they were honest, they'd be admitting all 3 vaccines have issues. J&J's not the only one that shows significant risks, he says. Moderna and Pfizer also have risks. And this is where the people like Fauci and the head of the CDC and the head of the FDA are flat out lying to us right now about these risks. Now, Navarro was director of trade and manufacturing policy, and he was an advisor to President Trump at the time on the COVID pandemic. He said, I didn't even know who Anthony Fauci was when we first met on January the 28th of 2020. But he said he, quote, took the measure of that SOB, and I figured he thought he was smarter than he was. he was going to hurt the president, but more importantly, hurt the country. Obviously, of course, Fauci, then and still today, director of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Disease. Navarro contends that Fauci previously knew all about the risk to people taking the J&J. He also knows about the risks of Moderna and the risks of Pfizer. But I digress. We're going to get to a news break here just around the corner. Let's get to Philip in Florida. What's happening, Philip? Happy Friday.
Hey, bud. How you doing? Doing all right?
Dude, can't complain.
I heard that. Hey, I heard Vic talking about training. I'm a trainer at one of the companies I work at, and what I see a lot is with training is, it's just how the person takes the information in and does what they need to do. Some people, it take a lot longer than others to comprehend what's going on, but these companies, they spend millions of dollars in training back in the day. I know JB and Schneider and all them. Schneider and JB had extensive training programs. I started out with chauffeurs, and then I actually went to truck driving school for the CDL just because it wasn't so much about driving the truck. It was about that test for the CDL and knowing what was on it and whatnot. But I tell you, you go to Australia, and you might want to ask your buddy from Australia about that. Ask what their truck drivers take to train their truck drivers. They actually got to be mechanics as well as truck drivers. Chevy guy just alluded to that in his conversation. You go to England. In England, their trucks are a lot smaller than we got over here, the lorries, and it takes an act of Congress to become a truck driver in England. And but it's just the training. I mean, you could train somebody to death if they're going to take the information and do the right thing and know how to use it and stuff. That's it. But some of the people, they need that extra time with people to learn how to do it. That's why some of the training programs turned into a long, dragged out thing. Back in the day, you used to get in the truck with somebody and drive for, a few days. Now they're weeks and hours and all kinds of stuff. And, Steve, your caller he's working on days now. He works with Saya. And when he started out at Conway. They put him on the dock. He worked the dock, and then he worked as a spotter and a hostler. And then they started easing him into, training with a person driving the truck in the city. Back in the day, you used to have to be on the road so many years before you actually would become a P&D driver.
Mm-hmm.
And I really think it should be the flip, Steve. I think we should be a P&D driver before we're a road driver and work in a warehouse and go through that kind of stuff. But I know all companies can't do that because they don't own warehouses and whatnot due to their company business model. But, it just seemed like to me over the years, they've emphasized on the training and they've invested a lot of money into it. I mean, and he was talking about Illinois. I was up there in the 90s, and I know about the accident that happened in Milwaukee that spurred a lot of that stuff up. And they found CDLs were being bought instead of earned. And, it's a crazy deal with it, but it's one of those things. That's pretty much all I got today, bud. I know you're at the bottom of the hour and you got to get going.
Hey, thank you for checking
Thanks.
in. Yeah, I mean, we've been running behind on everything anyway this morning. Hell, it's Friday, right? You throw out the clock. And we return after this. Yeah, we'll get a news break. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
The CDC advisory panel says most Americans should get the Pfizer or Moderna COVID vaccine instead of a Johnson & Johnson shot because it can cause rare blood clots that have so far killed 9 people. Up till this point, federal officials have treated all 3 shots equally. The CDC must now decide whether to accept the recommendation. In a statement, Johnson & Johnson said it remains confident the overall positive benefit-risk profile of its vaccine. At the White House, President Biden said it's past time for people to get their boosters.
Only real protection is to get your shots. If you get 1 shot, if you haven't gotten it yet, that'll help. If you're at the point where you have everything, including your booster, you're in really good shape. So move now.
This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go. And pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show, 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Hi, we're the Goo Goo Dolls. We're fortunate that we can give our daughters everything they need to grow and learn. But not every child can focus on classes and play dates.
Nearly 13 million kids in the U.S. face hunger. That's 1 in 6. School lunch might be their only meal each day, and it's heartbreaking to imagine any child going to bed hungry. We're dreaming of a perfect day when kids can smile, play, and just be kids without worrying about where their next meal will come from. Feeding America is working to make that perfect day a reality.
Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. That food is given to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about doing things that make an ordinary day extraordinary. Learning to play an instrument, building a sandcastle, hosting tea parties. Hunger should never be an obstacle to growing up.
You can help end childhood hunger in your community by visiting feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the Smokies off your This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Thank you much. And welcome back here on a Friday. Looking at some of the other industry headlines. Quick rundown. A New Jersey highway has once again been dubbed the worst truck bottleneck in America. According to an annual report, the yearly report put out by TRIP, the nonprofit transportation research group, it places I-95 at Route 4 in Fort Lee as the worst truck traffic bottleneck in America. Looks like the American Transportation Research Institute places this exact spot at the top of their traffic bottleneck list as well. According to the report, the average speeds on that portion of roadway are between 30 and 39 miles per hour, and that's even when traffic's moving. While this bottleneck and others like it are not the cause of the current supply chain issues, they certainly don't do a whole lot to alleviate them. How do you alleviate the bottlenecks? Highway bottlenecks costing the industry, the trucking industry, more than $75 billion per year, which contributes to the surge in inflation and driving down supply chain efficiencies. All right. Then earlier this week, a man arrested after allegedly trying to steal a semi-truck armed with a BB gun. In Washington State, about 12:45 a.m., a truck driver called police to report someone was trying to break into his truck. Police arrived almost immediately and witnessed the suspect pointing what appeared to be a gun at the truck driver. Officers then instructed the suspect to drop the weapon, which he did, before trying to flee on foot, which officers quickly caught up with the man. They recognized him. He was known to the law enforcement community, a man with mental health issues that they dealt with in the past. Soon realized the gun the suspect had been using was actually a BB gun. But, of course, lucky he didn't get shot. Booked into the Benton County Jail, first-degree assault, first-degree robbery, and on a previous warrant. They do say he's receiving mental health treatment, for what it's worth. All right, back to our calls this morning. Brad, I believe it is, in Baltimore. Hi there, Brad.
Hi, Steve. You covered a lot of subjects tonight that are near and dear to my heart. But first, I'll tell you the story of how I got my CDL. I worked for UPS for 37 years, and about 15 years ago, I knew I wanted to go into the feeder department, that's semi-driving. So I wanted to get my CDL ahead of time. So I took the written test and did the background check for the hazmat and did all that. And then I went to take my driving test, and I went and took the driving test and the pre-trip at the testing center. And when I got it all done, the fellow had asked me, he says, "Where'd you go to truck driving school?" I says, "I didn't." He says, "What do you mean? Did you ride with somebody and teach you how to drive?" I said, "No, I just kind of grew up on a farm and drove tractors and pulled wagons and stuff." And he said, "You mean you never drove a semi?" I said, "No, I never drove a semi before you took me out on the road for my test."
Wow.
It was kind of odd. He said, you did a whole lot better than a lot of people that go through those truck driving schools. But it really kind of scared me to think that I'm now qualified to pull a hazmat tanker down the road. And I've spent about 15 minutes driving a semi. So,
wow.
It was just kind of, yeah, it's there really is no training requirement. You just have to be able to pass the test. And so, yeah, maybe having some kind of requirement's good. But the thing I really wanted to call in tonight about was on the concealed carry thing and the constitutional carry that you guys are discussing. The House passed their version and the Senate passed their version. And they don't really go to reconciliation like they do in the U.S. Congress when they pass conflicting bills.
Mm-hmm.
So the House passed theirs in November and the Senate just passed theirs, but they haven't passed the same bill, so they've got to work out their differences. And then, the House can pass the Senate's version now, and that's the way it usually works in Ohio is, one House will pass their version, and then the other House will see what they don't like about it and then pass their version, and then the other House will just simply pass the version that the other House passed and kind of change things. But, I don't know how this is going to go in Ohio. I never thought it would actually come to this point. I really didn't think that we would get it past a constitutional carry. But, I'm a big proponent of the Second Amendment. But I've really got some reservations about this no training requirement. And I think there's going to be a lot of changes before it's actually passed and goes to DeWine's desk.
Okay.
This isn't a done deal yet.
Well, it seems like, it was a pretty overwhelmingly, heavy vote in favor of it, at least on the Senate side. I haven't seen the numbers as far as if it was divided more closely in the House or not, but.
Yeah, unfortunately, I actually ran for the Ohio House of Representatives about 20 years ago. I didn't win in the primary, but I really got an insight into how politics in Ohio work. And what they do is they have a big an item, and the thing that really worked for the Republicans for a long time is the abortion issue. And what they would do was one House would pass it overwhelmingly, and then it would go nowhere in the other House. And then the next session, the other House would pass it, and then it wouldn't pass in the other one. But they kept the money flowing and kept the support of the people that were the pro-life, and they really just used them as a pawn. And I hope they're not going to do this with the gun issue, because, the gun owners are a huge supporter of the Republican Party in Ohio. And even though it passed overwhelmingly, and if it went down party lines, they could override DeWine's veto. But unfortunately, things aren't always as they seem in politics.
No doubt.
And I think that, I think it's not going to go exactly as the Senate passed or as the House passed. There's going to be something that's going to change. But as far as the law enforcement notification, that was an issue that really needed to change, because there have been some people that have been charged with not notifying a law enforcement officer promptly. And there's no definition as to what promptly is.
Right.
And so I really hope, and that's in the bill, that they eliminate that in Ohio, that you don't have to notify. And I'm an auxiliary officer with an Ohio law enforcement agency as well. And, we don't have any issue with it when I'm out on patrol. People notify us, and when we pull them over, we know when we run that background check if the registered owner of that vehicle is carrying a concealed or, has a concealed handgun license. Most of the time, an officer does know. But, you go into the big cities and you run into an officer that's against that. If you're 10 seconds late, he could say, in his estimation, that you did not promptly notify him.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that part, that's going to be a good thing, that if they eliminate that in Ohio, that you don't have to notify. And they'll still know if you've got a license in Ohio that, you're through your car registration, they link those. But if they do go constitutional carry, the officers won't know. But, I just don't know how that's going to work out.
Well, interesting.
I still haven't ordered my
fact
Hot Shot
that there's
Secret
21
stuff.
other states. I mean, I'm sorry. They said that there's already 21 other states that have that, so it's not like it's unheard of or unprecedented. It's, I don't know, maybe following the lead of some of the other constitutional carry states.
Oh yeah, I agree. I mean, I drive through the other states and they've got constitutional carry, and all of them except for Vermont still issue a license. But I'll totally agree with Pappy that if you're going to carry without a license and have no training, if you ever have to use that gun, you are setting yourself up for a world of hurt. When it comes down to the court, you're going to get sued. If you've just got no training, in my mind, as a firearms instructor myself, you really, really are in a bad spot if you don't get training and say, well, I got constitutional carry and I'm not going to get training. If you're going to not get the license, at least get the training and, know where there's still places, you won't be able to carry, schools, courthouses, some places that are government buildings, they're not posted. Only private places under the Ohio law have to be posted that you can't carry there. So, there's still places, federal buildings, a lot of those don't have the Ohio approved no firearms posting. So if you don't know and you haven't taken the class, you're not going to know how to follow the law as far as where you can carry and how to defuse a situation and save yourself from being involved in a shooting. That's the last thing you want to be.
Exactly. Well, before I interrupted you, you were talking about did you place your Hot Shot Secret order yet or no?
No, I haven't. I think I'm going to do that as soon as I get off the phone here and use the coupon code and order some of that gun oil and put that in some stocking stuffers for my family members and then get some of that the green or the blue diamond oil and going to give that a try. But yeah, great show tonight. All the cartoon characters, so is one of the
exactly.
colors often refers to everybody.
Jolly green, yeah. All right.
Yeah, you even had a fellow Buster Brown employee there. I retired last year, but I went back to work November and December and help out the company, and they got me spotting trailers in the yard. So I'm back doing that for a little while, and then I'll be back retired and come January.
Well, great to hear from you, Brad, there in Baltimore. Thanks for checking in. That's only his second call to the program. So good to have you with us. And if we don't talk to you before, have a Merry Christmas. We'll be back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting into Service Hall. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
The cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
I shared a video from... I don't think I've seen this particular show. It's Man versus Food, right? You try to challenge... You take these challenges, eating like an enormous steak with all the trimmings. You got to eat the baked potato, the salad, those kind of things. Well, they came to Cincinnati. And, of course, Cincinnati famous for chili. I don't know how many different chili. Everybody tries to come up with their own best recipe, their own concoction. Yeah, the big names, Gold Star Chili, Skyline Chili. Skyline's my favorite. But a lot of mom and pop restaurants, chili joints, and they showed up at Blue Ash Chili. I've not had Blue Ash Chili before. But again, it's the whole premise, Cincinnati-style chili. And on this challenge at Blue Ash Chili, it's the spicy, no freaking way chili challenge. The Big Food Challenge consists of 2.5 pounds of chili, 2.5 pounds of spaghetti noodles, 2 pounds of cheese, shredded cheese, and 1 pound of fried jalapeno peppers. You've got 1 hour to complete this essentially 8-pound challenge. And it's unbelievable. I didn't think the dude would be able. So I'm not familiar with this guy. It's not a Joey Chestnut thing. But good golly, he polished this massive tray, 8 pounds, in like 8 minutes. He didn't need anywhere near the hour. You got to see it to believe it. It's almost gross to watch. Just if you ever watch the 4th of July, the hot dog eating contest there, where Joey Chestnut is the reigning champ. It's not you're not eating food. You're not enjoying food. You're just shoving food down your throat. That's all you're doing. They're not even tasting it. But that's kind of what this is. If you could imagine just literally shoving 8 pounds of food and getting it down in 8 minutes' time. Well, he won the challenge. Oh, by the way, if you want to take the challenge, if you wanted to try this, it'll cost you $40 if you can't complete the challenge. If you do consume it all in 1 hour's time or less, it's on the house. So, okay, so a $40 three-way with jalapenos. That's what we're talking about. Hey, what's going on, Scarecrow?
Well, Steve, what a difference in driving conditions 24 hours can make. Last night, 24 hours ago, I left the house. It was 66 degrees. I was wearing a T-shirt and sawed back and forth on the steering wheel all night long. Now, granted, I pull a skateboard, but this doggone day cab rental that I'm in this week, they got a great big sail up on top of the roof, and man, does it do some funky things in a crosswind. But either way, yeah, shucks, tonight I had just a gentle grip on the wheel and just like on vacation here.
What you said, what a difference a day can make. A much better night tonight.
Oh, man. And I'm sure that story can be repeated 100,000 times across the country from the way that wind whipped last night. Tonight now when I left, I grabbed the long johns again. The thermometer was heading towards the teens, and but either way, yeah, that white Christmas that I somewhat promised the granddaughter, that went all to heck yesterday too. 10 inches of snow last weekend, and she's all gone now.
Gone. Wow.
Kind of, yeah, shucks. Not even any snowbanks left anymore. Somewhat feeling, Big Ed's pain, so to speak. I got my chauffeur license in 74 and moved into combination rigs in 77, and there was a 2-year hiatus around the year 2000. Did get involved in well drilling, but beyond that, it's been about just shy of 5 million miles to this point, and just biding my time now. One of the consequences of marrying a girl younger than yourself, I got to keep her in health insurance,
Mm-hmm.
But I guess I wouldn't give that up, for anything right now. 'Tis the season for 24/7 Christmas movies on TV. And that probably started, I'm sure you could probably find a Christmas program year round, but between Lifetime and what the heck are those other networks?
Hallmark, nonstop Christmas.
Yeah. Oh, there you go. Yeah, there's like 3 different Hallmark channels on our internet TV, whatever that Roku, I guess it is. But come the weekend now, any moment I step into the house, there's going to be a Christmas movie on, and even if nobody's in the room watching, I can get under the bride's skin by telling her what's going to play out in this particular one, because there's basically 3 different themes. Some girl inherits a lodge, motel, or a cafe, or somebody is helping out in a business Christmas party.
Mm-hmm.
And I really get a big thank you when I bring that up. And the acting, and let me tell you, the acting in some of these programs too. I've heard there's porn stars that can act better than some of these, but mind you, I've just heard that. I can't verify that, but so anyway, I'm told we're going to have a busy weekend. Well, that means we got to make the house look like nobody's ever lived there. The inhabitant population of humans, that is going to double come Monday. Our daughter-in-law and granddaughter from California, they're coming for Christmas. We haven't seen them for 2 years now. The eldest over there in Korea, he won't be back till sometime in January. And a little bit of a side note there too, with all the saber rattling and from the Soviets and China, I think they must be paying a lot closer attention to the North Korea too, because we have not heard a peep from him in the last month or so. So that'll be something to keep tabs on too.
Mm-hmm.
But along with the Californians come their mask regiment and such. That's going to be altering our family Christmas plans and somewhat. They live and breathe by the mask and the shots and whatnot. So a little difference of opinion here, but I guess not to raise feathers, Steve. I guess we're gonna keep things going on the level there. And so anyway, I'm taking next week off also to help with the entertainment. So I doubt I'll be awake during the dark hours and whatnot. I'm sure the little one would wonder what Grandpa's doing walking around the house with a headphone on at 2:00 in the morning. But anyway, let's not have any surprises this time when I come back to work. A year ago, I took about a week off, I think back in November or such, and I come back to work and leave out Sunday night, and I can't find Steve Sommers for nothing on the radio.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I remember that.
That figures. Steve must be ill. He's under the weather, so they're running some fly-by-night programming to cover for him, and and that went on, and it went on, and it went on, and finally I figured, well, there's something up here, but so it come down to where about the first of each month I checked, and I sent a message to 700 that told them I took them off of my presets, but I keep checking in once in a while, and when Steve was back on, they'd have me back. Well, then, I don't know, just out of the blue, I caught your advertisement on 700 one night, for this program.
Yes, sir.
It was maybe about April or so, and so a lot has certainly changed, for the better, I'd have to say.
And now, now you know the rest of the story, right?
Oh yeah, taking a cue from Paul Harvey there.
Exactly.
Right? Well done, Steve. So, with that, a very Merry Christmas to your household, your family, and friends, and all the family out here in Listerland. Merry Christmas to everybody out there, and make lots of memories. That'll do it for. I guess we'll be back before New Year's.
Okay.
So either way,
enjoy your time. Enjoy the time with the family and the masks and all that good stuff. That'll be fun. All right, final hour coming up. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
The CDC advisory panel says most Americans should get the Pfizer or Moderna COVID vaccine instead of a Johnson & Johnson shot because it can cause rare blood clots that have so far killed 9 people. Up till this point, federal officials have treated all 3 shots equally. The CDC must now decide whether to accept the recommendation. In a statement, Johnson & Johnson said it remains confident the overall positive benefit-risk profile of its vaccine. At the White House, President Biden said it's past time for people to get their boosters.
Boosters are free, safe, and convenient. About 60 million people have been boosted. So go get your shot today. Go get boosted if you had your first 2 shots. If you haven't, go get your first shot.
This is USA Radio News.
Folks, you know how cancel culture has affected Mike Lindell. Well, MyPillow may have gotten canceled out of retail stores, but you can save big just in time for Christmas at MyPillow.com. The classic standard size MyPillow that sold in stores for almost $70 is on sale for Christmas for just $19.98. Standard size, $19.98. Queen and king size slightly higher, but only if you go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener square, use my promo code USA, get a MyPillow for that special person in your life. You also get a free press and pack bag so you can take your MyPillow anywhere. Save big on anything on the MyPillow website, but only if you use my promo code USA. Support Mike Lindell and American Jobs. Get the best price ever on a MyPillow, and do your Christmas shopping at MyPillow.com. Promo code USA or call 1-800-951-8175. Merry Christmas.
President Biden has conceded that the Build Back Better bill won't get passed this year. With more, here's USA Radio Network's Lance Pry.
President Biden's social spending bill, Build Back Better, has lost its momentum. Now Democrats want to turn their attention to federalizing elections in America. Democrat Congressman Jake Auchincloss on MSNBC.
I've only been in Congress for a year, but even in this last year, I have seen that no legislation is ever fully done until it's on the president's desk, nor is it fully dead when you've got somebody like Nancy Pelosi in charge in the House or our Senate colleagues working on it in the Senate. So it's not dead. It's clearly stalled. Senator Manchin has been clear for the last several months that he has grave concerns about the bill. There's no surprises there. He's still working on it with the president, I think in good faith negotiations, but it cannot be an obstruction to passing voting rights before the new year.
From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
You're listening to USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go and pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
How to protect yourself during the pandemic has become a major concern.
Dr. Anthony Fauci is warning about the continued spread of the Omicron coronavirus variant. Speaking to a U.S. Chamber of Commerce Foundation audience, Fauci saying the strain will soon become the dominant one in the United States. Regarding the Omicron coronavirus variant, Dr. Marty McCrary offers his advice as far as how we should handle it during the holiday season.
Well, I would tell people to feel good about your immune level of protection. We know that immune protection in people over 65 really needs a booster unless people have had COVID in the past already. That essentially functions as a vaccine dose. And if you've had the J&J dose, one was probably not the right number, and you would need a second dose if you want good immune protection. That is, you're an adult at risk. For everybody else, I would say there's no need to do anything different. We're getting new data now on Omicron. It appears to be more mild. It will be the dominant virus, COVID strain in the United States, probably by February. I'm not sure that's something we need to worry about since it'll displace probably a more dangerous virus, that is Delta.
From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
Remember, you can listen to the news anytime, whether it's current breaking stories or previous stories from the past. Log on to our website at usaradio.com. For USA Radio News, I'm Wendy King.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Final hour coming on here. We'll be closing out another work week as we make our way into that final shopping weekend before Christmas arrives. It's supposed to be a busy weekend at the retailers out there. We'll see if 2021 is different than it's been in most recent years. Meanwhile, I did come across, I would call it a piece of good news. Yeah, but the Democrats have been trying to shove amnesty, first of all, in the Build Back Better Act, which has nothing to do with building back. Yeah, of course, most of the bill has nothing to do with it. But the Senate parliamentarian has rejected the plan from Democrats this past day to include immigration reform in that bill. Now, as we mentioned earlier, I don't think the bill's going anywhere anyway. They have not convinced Joe Manchin or, I believe, Kristen Sinema to support the legislation. They cannot afford to lose a single Democrat vote. I think even Biden kind of dejectedly admitted, we're not going to get it done before Christmas. Now, that was their plan, to have it done, passed before Christmas. Now, but the parliamentarian position, they say, is a nonpartisan, focused on interpreting the upper chamber's rules. It's kind of, they call it almost like a referee for the Senate referee. Well, the referee informed the Democrat caucus immigration reform under the current rules does not meet acceptability for what can be included in a budget measure that bypasses the filibuster. See, that's one thing for certain. To get the Build Back Better bill through, they were going to have to bypass the filibuster just to have the 50 vote. That's all they needed, with the one tiebreaker in Kamala Harris, the vice president. That's one step, and otherwise they would have needed 60 votes, but this cannot be included in a budget measure. So immediately some of the Democrats say, well, we can override the Senate parliamentarian. We can kind of change the rules. The parliamentarian who was selected for this role in 2012 had rejected two recent plans for Democrats that would have provided a pathway to citizenship for millions of immigrants in the Build Back Better Act. The third plan would have granted 6.5 million illegals a temporary parole status. And almost immediately, Judiciary Committee Chairman Dick Durbin said, I'm very disappointed with this decision. What options do we have available? Hey, all we need is a simple majority vote, 50 votes plus the tiebreaker, to override the parliamentarian. Like they're hell-bent and determined on getting amnesty in here. Supposedly, it is not legally binding, the advice from the parliamentarian, but rarely has the Senate sidestepped their decision since this position was created all the way back in 1935. The most recent example of overriding the parliamentarian was 45 years ago, over 45 years ago, under then Vice President Nelson Rockefeller, all the way back in 1975. All right, so overruling, as I said, would require a simple majority. But just like Joe Manchin and Kyrsten Sinema are not on board with the Build Back Better bill, those two also, they say, would likely not vote to override the Senate parliamentarian. So they're kind of stuck. All right, see who we got on the line here. Would that be the Sex Maniac 2 nights in a row by chance?
Oh, yeah. Can you hear me okay?
Go for it. Yeah, we got you. Happy Friday.
Oh, you believe this? You talk about an unexperienced driver. I just passed one a while ago, bobtailing. No tail lights, got four ways on. He drives for a big company. I know he was around the terminal somewhere. I got past him. He had one headlight and two fog lights going, just driving down the road. And, I thought I'd call in on a piece of that there, too. Everybody's talking about unexperienced drivers. That's one of them, I would say. Or you just don't care. Oh, yeah, I forgot. You don't have no mud flaps on this truck, neither, bobtailing there. I know you don't have to have mud flaps on your truck as long as you got trailers on you or hauling the trailer, but when you bobtail, you're supposed to have mud flaps. You don't have none of them either. So I thought I'd touch on that. But I believe, I don't know why this driver didn't stop and get something done. I mean, he's got everything wrong with his truck. I believe that thing needs to be put out of service, don't you?
It sounds like undoubtedly. So what's on the slate for your weekend here? You're going to finish up your Christmas shopping, Sex Maniac?
Well, you know what my wife always tells me, Steve? She has Christmas every day. So she basically goes and gets what she wants to get. And then, I think we usually give our grandkids money because if you buy them something, that ain't what they wanted. So we just give them money and let them go buy what they want.
Yeah, I think gift cards. Gift card is what my son said. Give me Dad, I could really use a Home Depot gift card.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea, but they are into computers, games. My one grandson's got, I looked at his the other night. It looked like a spaceship inside his bedroom. He's got so much computer and keyboards and lights, and I thought, gee, I sit there trying to watch him play a game, and I was lost. There ain't no way I could do something like that.
Right.
But that's all they want. That's what they spend their money on. They're only 16, but they work, and when they get money, they buy all that stuff off the internet or go buy whatever they want. But they got everything in the world, I guess. But yeah, and that they was talking about training. I don't know. I noticed a lot of these companies that train drivers, I don't really think they really do a great job there, but the way our company has like a training program, like where the guys work the dock for a while, and then they might get in the yard truck, you know. Then they end up getting in the little straight trucks, and then finally they might start getting moving up and getting in the city trucks, doing a little city work, and then some of them want to run with the big boys, so they jump in the line haul and come out with us and make the big money. But I don't know how long our program lasts there, but so far it works pretty good at our company. We don't have no problem with drivers wanting to train like that. They end up being pretty good drivers.
Well, Sex Maniac, it's good to hear from you as always. That's 2 nights in a row, though. That doesn't happen very often. Have a great Friday. Have a great weekend. So I've been hearing all night long, top and bottom of the hour, every break, talking about the Johnson & Johnson vaccine. Oh, and get your booster, get your booster. The clip of Joe Biden. If you haven't got your booster, get your booster. You know, the thing about it is, right now, apparently the booster, well, first of all, shots number 1 and 2 are not protected against the Omicron, the new strain, the one that's spreading like wildfire. And the booster doesn't seem to offer any additional protection as well. I'm looking at the new study authored by more than 20 scientists at Columbia and the University of Hong Kong that was published on Wednesday, which says the Omicron variant is markedly resistant to the existing vaccines. A striking feature of this variant is the large number of spike mutations that pose a threat to the efficacy of the current vaccines and antibody therapies, not just the vaccine, but even like the monoclonal antibody therapies. Scientists expressing concern in the study that the variant's extensive mutations can greatly compromise the vaccine. Even a third booster may not protect against Omicron infection, or Omicron, they said. These results are in line with the emerging clinical data on the Omicron variant, demonstrating higher rates of reinfection and breakthroughs for those who have been vaccinated. There's another study released the same day from the University of Hong Kong that says the new variant, Omicron, is roughly 70 times more transmissible than the Delta. but less severe. I'm trying to think and go back. You had the Alpha, the original strain, and then the Delta rolls around. And the Delta, wasn't that like some ungodly amount more transmissible than the original strain? And now we jump to the Omicron, which is 70 times more transmissible than the Delta strain. It's like, wow. The study goes on to say it's not too far-fetched to think that the COVID is now only one mutation or two away from being pan-resistant to the current antibodies. In other words, vaccine won't do anything. Dr. Gupta at the University of Washington, he appears on like NBC's Today, is forecasting that obviously cases are going to rise in both the vaccinated and the unvaccinated. But the vaccinated will experience less severe symptoms. Okay, it's kind of, notice how the narrative kind of continues to change with each passing day, where we went to get the vaccine, then you'll be good to go and all that good stuff. This is going to be the new normal, but now they're saying, don't worry about the breakthrough cases because the purpose of the vaccine is not to prevent a positive test or a respiratory virus like Omicron. It's to keep you out of the hospital. It's not to prevent you from getting COVID. But so there you go. But, the research says the booster, even the booster, third shot, isn't really proving to have any effect against Omicron, but they're pushing, you got to get your booster. And with that, we'll get a quick time out. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, happy Friday morning, Steve Sommers and the Hot Shot Secret Nation. Coffee up. Happy Friday. Off for the weekend. Then 4 more days of work, and we get our Christmas break. GM Fort Wayne shuts down the 24th of December through the 3rd of January. And we've got that full winter moon, the cold moon. Yeah, coming up. Ready to head out to Sterling Heights, Michigan, the flip back to Fort Wayne. And yes, we're down to 8 days till Christmas. Hello to Truck and Phil and Semper Fi. Thanks for being on board. What's going on, Gilligan?
Oh, not much. Just my normal gig. Boy, Steve, I don't know where to begin tonight. I guess I'll start off with the first story Jolly Green brought out tonight. I'm happy on this bit. People that's going to carry, well, even buy a gun, there should be some kind of training. Now, I grew up with firearms. I started hunting as a young child. I used my uncle's shoulder to hold his 22 to shoot squirrels with, you know. I was in the military, sir. I've worked armed security. I've went through concealed carry classes. I've had a lot of training in firearms. I also agree with Pappy, this deal, that if you have a firearm, if you have a weapon on you, and you are stopped by the police, approached by the police on the street, whatever, you need to tell them you are armed. I mean, I know people get nervous and everything, but still, they need to let the officer know they do have a gun on them. I've been a concealed carry holder for several years. I don't normally carry it on my person. Sometimes I do. I mostly keep one in my vehicle. But, you know, I understand the arguments against constitutional carry, for constitutional carry. Yes, it is a right. But with the permit process, you have to go through a class. An RA instructor, for the most part, I believe, does these classes. The ones I've been through and the ones I've seen advertised were RA instructors. You know, and I know there's probably other people doing these, but you will have to learn some basic laws and be able to use the firearm proficiently. You know, it's not that difficult, I don't think. My wife went through it. She had never fired a handgun. She'd fired long guns, but never fired a handgun until we went to that class. And she did quite well. But anyway, that's my opinion on it. Now, I'm an antique gun collector. I've got a lot of guns, a lot of long guns. Most of my guns are at least 60, 70 years old. I've got a collection that's over 100 in one particular model, but I've got quite a few handguns too. So I'm a little more versed in these things, I guess, than most people. Now, we're talking about the training of drivers. Now, I went to truck driving school in 99. Now, I had what was a 12-week course through a local vocational school. I was able to graduate early, but you didn't graduate early. I graduated just over 8 weeks. I went to EMC, one of the big name companies. I went through about 3 weeks of different training, and then out on the road was another trainer for 6 weeks. You know, I had to turn 10,000 miles in that truck with the trailer in the passenger seat. And even after all that, I was still struggling on my own. You know, this is not a job you learn overnight, or at least I did. And I understand that the driver that called in earlier, how he'd been around the farm and stuff. You know, yes, you still can learn the basics of working it, but you know, it's a little more complicated. I worked on the farm too as a kid, so I understand where he's coming from. You know, that's been my experience. Jolly Green said last night that trucking changed his life. I have to say I'm the same way. I was 31 years old when I went into truck driving school. I was rather naive. I mean, I didn't know a lot. Well, I was a lot more naive than I realized. And it made me more the man I am today, more confident. I was told by my family when I was a teenager, I said something about becoming a truck driver. This is what I got. He says, well, nobody'd ever let you drive your truck. Nobody'd ever let you drive their truck. How you go get a trucking job? So, that's what I was up against. And I'm sure there's other drivers that's had that experience, that you can't do it. You never be able to do it. But I guess maybe that also inspired me to be able to as I remember thinking that when I first started Dallas Truck. Now, I'm going to make a request on your Christmas show. I think a lot of drivers might agree with me on this. If you remember the old Red Sovine song, Faith in Santa, you remember that song?
Do I remember that song? Good God, yes, it got played to death.
Yeah, I tell you, I think that would be good for you all. That's just a suggestion of mine. I would like to also send you an article, I don't know whether you got it, of there's a man who went down some of the tornado-struck areas of Santa Claus and gave toys out to the kids. I sent you the video link on it. That's a heartwarming, touching video. If you get a chance, you may want to look at it.
All right, I got the link there, and I got the link to. I know you sent me the link to Faith in Santa as well. How many years ago was that? When that? I mean, a song that was many, many, many years old, but kind of got resurrected. And I mean, there were calls coming in literally all day long to the radio station. People wanted to hear that song. All the other day parts were having to play it. All right. It was one of those tear-jerker songs, by the way. It's 844-844-3388. Back in a moment, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
A portion of President Biden's economic agenda won't get through Congress this year. The White House is choosing to hold off on the Build Back Better plan, at least for 2021. Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell said he's glad.
The best Christmas gift Washington could give working families would be putting this bad bill on ice.
The CDC advisory panel is saying that the Pfizer or Moderna COVID vaccines are better than Johnson & Johnson's vaccine because they say it can cause a rare blood clot. So far, it's killed up to 9 people. The CDC must now decide whether to accept the recommendation. The COVID-19 positivity rate in New York has doubled in just 3 days as the new Omicron variant has spread throughout the country. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
Did you know Mike Lindell has over 150 different items on the MyPillow website, and any of them would be great for Christmas gifts for your friends and family? Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener square, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 after you've explored the MyPillow website. Use that promo code USA and save big on anything in the MyPillow website just for Christmas.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania.
using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, back in 2013, he was just doing a little spring cleaning, you know. Here's that old computer. In the trash. Ultimately to join the mountain of rubbish at the landfill in Newport, Wales in the UK. Little did he know at the time that hard drive had his wallet with 7,500 Bitcoin, which at the time would have been worth about $665,000. We're going back to the early days of cryptocurrency. Now that wallet is worth $357 million. Once he realized, he began a desperate search for the hard drive, and he's been searching ever since. Over the past 8 years, this guy's been out crawling through mounds of rubbish in the hunt for the proverbial $350 million needle in a haystack. The haystack is about the size of a football field. He said, I had a word with the guys down there, explained the situation, and they actually took me out in the truck to the landfill site. And the current ditch that they were working on, about the size of a football field, and said, something that would have been 3 or 4 months ago would be 3 or 4 feet deep. Well, he's talking about 2013. But again, he's been looking for it for 8 years, but I'm at the point where it's either just laugh about it, cry about it. Oh, why am I not out there with the shovel now? Well, I think I've just resigned. It's gone. I'm never going to find it. He all but resigned to the fact that his fortune will never be claimed. All right, like most crypto, Bitcoin is supposedly untraceable. You could not back up your wallet in the early days of mining. I guess that may have changed by now, but this is one of a number of unfortunate scenarios where people lose the physical drive that the crypto is on, like this guy did. Or what if you forget your password, like the guy who has used almost all of his guesses of trying to remember what that blasted password was. And I think he's got like 2 or 3 more guesses, and then he's locked out forever. Now, he's got $240 million worth of Bitcoin in his wallet. Boy, oh boy. How many millions you got in your wallet, Horse Feathers?
No, I'm not like the inbred redneck. I can't go and disclose all that extra information there at this time, there, Your Honor.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So you wanted me to call in and upset everybody, did you? You kind of mentioned a little bit about our conversation. Yeah.
Realistically, I think you're pretty much on the same page that Brain Dead was on. Brain Dead was feeling like the 110 years was justified.
Well, yes, it is. There's 4 people that don't go home to families. There's families without 4 people. There's how many people were severely injured and burned that'll never have the use of their bodies that they did the day before the accident happened for the rest of their lives. I mean, they've been sentenced to he sentenced them to a life sentence. He didn't, how can I put this? He was in control of a vehicle that had a malfunction. And you have to be able to take care of that vehicle to keep from harming or killing other people. Now, you said earlier, and I didn't realize it, he'd already stopped once before knowing his brakes were having issues.
Yep, that's according to the report. That's the first I had seen of that as well. Yeah, yesterday's report that they were smoking and they were hot, and he got back and just carried on.
Well, there's the nail in the coffin right there. If he'd already been stopped with brake issues and not either made sure they were cooled down or repaired before continuing on, there's the nail in the coffin for what he's done. Now, the other thing is he had multiple ways to stop that vehicle, and you said one there, try to rub something possibly. My thought is that he should have taken it right off the road, whether it was through a guardrail or used a runaway ramp that he didn't use, or, even into a bridge abutment. I mean, whatever means to stop that truck, he should have used whatsoever. I mean, now he was hauling lumber, 2x4s, 2x6s, 2x10s, whatever. What would people be saying if he was hauling what I'm hauling? What would they say about me if I let this truck go out of control down that hill with 9,000 gallons of liquid propane, and I don't have the conversion table to tell you how many cubic feet or cubic yards of vapor that is.
Well, in that case, he would have been dead, and probably, dozens and dozens of others would have been dead.
Yeah, it's everything within about a mile. But anyways, I mean, you have to, when you sign your name on that CDL and you get in a vehicle, and I started out driving junk equipment, but I knew what the equipment was, and I knew who I was driving for, and I knew what the equipment was. And you have to make sure that you drive the equipment to its ability. You can't drive a truck that's capable of doing 50 miles an hour safe at 75 and 80 miles an hour when other trucks are safe at 75 and 80 miles an hour. You can't run your piece of equipment the way other people's equipment is designed. You have to drive it for its ability. And you know, there's been a lot of talk tonight about training. And the problem with training is training isn't learning. You have to have experience to learn. And without having experience, you don't learn. So, yeah, he was in the process of getting experience. He was 23 years old. He was young. We were all young. We were all, no matter what age you started at, you're all novice.
Sure.
You're all young when you start. But you don't have, you can't learn until you've had the experience. I mean, how many callers do you have call you and say they learn something new every day? I mean, 30 years of driving, and somebody calls in and says, I learned something new today. You know, this job is evolving. It's never stagnant. Now, I can say that I run the same thing over and over again. Gilligan runs back and forth on the same road. God bless his soul. 4 hours down, 4 hours back, and never sees anything different. You know, yeah, there's not a lot new to learn every day because it's the same thing. But hey, where's the deer going to jump out in front of you? But anyway, so to get back to this, I mean, he had the responsibility with that truck to not injure or kill somebody, and it's at that point that you have to sacrifice yourself to make sure you don't. And I mean, now he's got 110 years to think about it, but at least he has the 110 years to think about it. I mean, he could be, you know, he could be waking up on the wrong side of the grass right now if he'd done what he probably should have done, except for use the runaway ramp, which he probably could have ditched it in that and walked away from it. I mean, those things can be pretty hazardous too. I mean, wherever the stones fly, they're a hazard of their own. But it wouldn't involve other people.
Yeah.
And that's where I'm at. And unfortunately, you know, Colorado has these mountains out there. I mean, they've had these runaways before. I mean, they must because they have the ramps on the highways.
Oh, no doubt.
They know the catastrophes that happen. There's a reason they wrote the laws the way they did that made the judge give the sentence they did. Now, out here in Pennsylvania, I mean, the coal industry's gone, but in West Virginia, the coal industry's gone. There's still logging and that goes on. There's a lot of, I guess you'd call them, these people out here call them mountains. I mean, I grew up in going up into New England, up into the Green Mountains and White Mountains, and those I consider more mountains than down here. But there's grades. There's 10 and 12% grades. And these guys used to run the coal trailers, you know, coal buckets and logging trailers. And I mean, there's plenty of drivers here that have lost their lives by sacrifice to make sure they didn't injure or kill other people because their vehicle wouldn't stop. I mean, there's been, you know, it's not that, you know, this is anything new. And this deal, I don't know where the report came in that he applied his emergency brake. If you're talking about pulling out the red button, calling it the emergency brake, you're asking springs on 4 axles, if it was on 4 axles, because you aren't even required to have it on 4, but probably at the most 4 axles, to do the job of 120 pounds of air pressure that normally does it on 5. And he didn't have an air issue. He had a brake shoe, brake lining, brake drum issue that he heated them up and wore them out, and had gotten the drum so hot they expanded away from the shoes, so the stroke of the slack adjuster couldn't apply the shoes all the way out that were already all burned up to begin with. So he had to fade. So there was no way that the quote emergency braking system would work. And that's one thing. These trucks don't have a secondary emergency brake. I mean, there's nothing that would slow down the drive line. There's not a brake on the drive shaft or something like that would actually slow down. That would be in place of your normal braking. So this bit about him using the emergency brakes, there was no emergency brakes to use. It was all up to him. I mean, he was the captain of the ship.
Well, so with all that in mind, obviously no one's saying he didn't make mistakes. Even those that are asking for clemency saying he did make mistakes. I mean, we're human. We all do make mistakes. Obviously, his training level was not up to stuff. It's obviously first time he's ever had an experience like this. I mean, is a individual mistake like that worth 100 years in prison? I mean, essentially a life term. Yeah, like several callers said, people have committed more heinous crimes than that, and they're out walking the streets today.
I'll agree, and that's a false. That's because of the legal system not putting rules into place the way they should be. I mean, somebody else brought up the deal of rapes and child abuse and stuff like that. If I made the laws for that, or if I could be a judge and sentence that, people would hang. That wouldn't be a walk away from the situation for me. I mean, because people's lives are affected for the rest of their lives. So he gets 20 years and he can go back to living a normal life. But the people he's injured or killed and the families that deal with that, they have a life sentence because of that. I don't have a problem with 110 years. He's affected other people's lives for the rest of their lives and generations.
Yep.
And he's going to only be 20 years.
Right. Well, there's a whole lot of people out there that were under the influence of alcohol and have killed people. And I don't know. I've never heard of one that's got a 110-year sentence. I actually knew a guy, worked with a guy that I can't remember. 10, 12, I think something like that, years that he spent in for a drunken driving accident that killed somebody. But, all right, real quick, let me jump down to Larry. Morning, Larry. Happy Friday. Inspirational Friday.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
Doing well.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Good. Hey, I just wanted to touch on the CCW thing briefly. I carry under House Bill 218. Pappy will know about that. Well, he'll have to learn about it pretty soon once he retires. But I have to qualify every year under that House Bill 218, which is for retired police officers. Now, so a person who is going through all the training qualifies every year as a police officer and then carries under House Bill 218. But yet, some people can get their CCW permit and then they're golden. Or under the constitutional carry, they don't even have to go through any experience training or anything of that nature. Now, there's so much misinformation around also about, you shoot somebody outside, drag them in your house. I'm sure you've heard that.
Oh, yeah.
That's not going to fly. Misinformation about stand your ground law. In the state of Ohio, you have an obligation to retreat if you can. Now, most people don't know that. So if I'm upstairs in the bedroom and I hear somebody downstairs in the garage, I arm myself and I go forward after them, I could be viewed as the aggressor, even in my own home in the state of Ohio. Now, that's not true in Tennessee and Florida, where the stand your ground laws are a lot stricter. But to his point, I don't know the gentleman's name you were talking to earlier. You have to know and understand the law, or you will get yourself in a jackpot in a hurry. Did I lose you?
So what do you think of this? I mean, what started the conversation is the state of Ohio, the Senate, I guess on Wednesday, passed this deal where they're kind of looking to throw out the CCW permit. The concealed carry, but anybody can purchase a weapon and carry concealed without even having to go through any training.
I think what we're going to see, Steve, is people carrying in like a good faith situation, but they find themselves in a position or an awkward position. They're going to do something and get themselves in the jackpot.
Gotcha. Right.
Because of a total lack of training and understanding the law and what you can and cannot do. I had people in my church when all this stuff was going on in Louisville, Kentucky, and I live in Indiana, and they were saying, well, we were told if you shoot somebody, you drag them in your house, you'll be fine. Really? I mean, that's crap, because the physical evidence is going to show that you killed them outside and you drug them into your house, and now you're going to not only get charged with the fatality, but the tampering with evidence. And probably misuse of a corpse. Mm-hmm. God knows what else they could pile on you. But the absence of knowing the law, what the gentleman was saying, is what's going to get people in the jackpot. Even if they pass this rule that you can carry because you're not a convicted felon, you're 21 years old. Okay, good. Go buy a gun and carry. You have no idea what you're doing. And heaven forbid you get into a shoot situation like Breonna Taylor.
So it sounds like they maybe need to do some tweaking of the law. Still maybe require at least basic knowledge, basic understanding, basic training for especially those first timers purchasing a weapon to carry. All right. Hey, thanks for your input, though, Larry. I do appreciate that. I've got the perspective from several in the law enforcement community this Friday morning. So that'll wrap it up here for another week. Have yourself a wonderful weekend. Finish up that Christmas shopping, right? See you back here Sunday night into Monday morning. We'll be talking the 20th day of December. Essentially, Christmas week is just ahead. See you then. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones ones I love.